Chapter 4154. Second More. Imprint of origin. King Zhennan, Qing Shuzi, and others looked all the same. The king of 9 dragons was eager to flee, and he could completely clear out those poisons in the first place. I can find his existence based on this original imprint, but if you continue to grind, wait for King 9, all the poison was removed, and my original mark was completely erased, then I could not find him again. Yin Peng dominated. After listening to Yin Peng's dominion, King Zhennan, Qing Shuzi, and the 5 blood gods all brightened his eyes immediately. Very well, let's kill it now. This time, the power of our 4 is assembled, and I don't believe King Jiuzai will not die. King Zhennan pulled a sneer and hate. The 5 blood stunners looked at each other, nodded, and spit out a sentence. The supreme divine potion belongs to me, and the 9 calamities to you. Qing Shuzi said with a complexion, I can disregard the supreme potion and the king of 9 calamities, but the sword is unparalleled, and I want him to die. Qing Zuzi's original goal was that of the magic drug, but just after the battle with Jian Wushuang, he became a shame in his life. He could not tolerate this shame to continue to live in this world, so compared to that magic medicine, he now wants to slay the sword unparalleled. And Yin Peng dominated the sight, and there was a hint of Yin and pleasure in his eyes. These major forces reached an agreement in an instant. Even under the leadership of Yin Peng, they left directly and went to the place where Zhou Jiawang, Jian Wushuang, and Qing Feng disappeared. As for the many masters around Fengyang Canyon, seeing that the protagonists in this battle have already left, they have also left. Of course, they all know that the battle for the magic drug is not over yet. After all, the king of Zhennan has caught up with them. As for the final result, I do know. However, the war that erupted in Fengyang Gorge alone was enough to make them talk. First of all, it is naturally the strength of the king of 9 calamities. The king of 9 dragons can have such a great reputation in the universe and is considered by many to be the first person to dominate it. After this battle, it has been fully confirmed. The king of the south of the town is also an invincible power in the ultimate domination. In addition, there are several armors around him. They are also the top ultimate dominators. As a result, they were defeated by the 9 kings alone. This kind of strength has completely gone beyond the scope of domination. It is rumored that the king of 9 calamities has the supreme combat power, and it really is true. In addition, there was the battle between Qing Shuzi and Jian Wushuang, which shocked everyone. No one had thought that the innocent King Shuzi, who could be called invincible, was actually comparable to a 4th-ranked dominator. Although so far, they do not know the name of the 4th-ranking dominator, but the 4th-ranking dominator has been deeply remembered by everyone present. On a mountain, the 3 men of swordsmanship stopped temporarily. Among the 3, Jian Wushuang is the easiest. He fought with Qing Shuzi, although he has performed a lot of magical powers by using dragon demystification. Don't forget that he now has a body with a height of 68,000 miles. It's unbelievable that burning of this divine power is nothing to him at all. It can be said that there was no loss in the battle with Qing Shuzi. The Qingfeng prince was a bit miserable. At the same time, he faced the attack of the 5 blood ambassadors at the same time, struggling to do his best, but he only supported hard. At the end, he lost a lot of divine power. The remaining divine power, now less than 30%. As for the king of 9 calamities, he was mainly attacked by Yin Peng. Yin Peng, the king of Jiuzai, clenched his teeth. His fists clenched. His face was extremely gloomy. He actually had a place to dominate Yin Peng before, but Yin Peng's dominance was very clever, and he was quietly approaching him. At that time, he had just got the magic medicine and was anxious to leave. He didn't notice for a while before he got Yin Peng. And Yin Peng's move did not hurt him badly. What a terrible poison! King Jujia has been soaked with sweat and has been fleeing before. He just relies on his own divine power to forbid the venom from eroding. But now he really stopped. When he wanted to know the poisonous things, he realized that the terrible degree of those poisonous things was far beyond his imagination. This is definitely not the venom that dominates the level. It is not an accident. This should be made by the poison master of the supreme level. The king of Jojia said, lowly, extreme level of venom. Jian Wushuang was also surprised. He used to rely on that particular venom to kill his enemies, and he knew that the venom was terrible. Under normal circumstances, if a master reaches the peak with poison, then the venom he refined can completely threaten the top and even invincible ultimate masters. And if the venom created by the venom master at the highest level can also threaten the supreme master at the same level, the 9 kings are now suffering from this level of venom. It's terrible. I've lost almost 40% of my divine power, but those venoms have not been completely cleaned up yet. The king of 9 calamities marveled. Jian Wushuang also took a breath of air. King Jujia, that's the perfect life. Although his body is not as shocking as his own 68,000 miles, the divine power he possesses is definitely 1,000 times or even 10,000 times more than the ultimate master. Under the circumstances, in order to resist the erosion of that venom, nearly 40% of the divine power was suddenly lost. And that venom has not been completely removed. It can be seen how good the venom is. King of Jujia, is it okay? Jian Wushuang looked at King of Jujia. Fortunately, it is me. The divine power itself is comparable to the supreme. It can directly compete with this venom, and my divine power is thousands of times and even thousands of times more than ordinary practitioners. Otherwise, the King of Kings shook his head gently. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang relieved. Obviously, the King of 9 dragons was able to completely remove that poison. It's a real loss of life this time. Qingfeng Shen smiled bitterly at the moment. His body was on the verge of collapse, but the blood on his face was slightly more. He wanted to recover completely, at least for nearly 1,000 years. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Both Jiu Jiawang and Qingfeng Shen were miserable, but it was only a small loss. And just that battle, he not only played against the ultimate masters such as Qing Shuzi, verified how far his strength has reached, but also obtained a 9-leaf swordgrass. And the harvest was very great. Chapter 41:55. The first is more. This battle in Fengyang Gorge is quite risky, but fortunately we all got what we wanted. A sudden smile appeared on the face of King Jojia. The magic potion is already in his hands. With this strain, he has some more opportunities to break through and become supreme. Well, let's go find a place to hide now, after I have completely cleared the venom out of my body and restored my divine body and divine power to the peak. Then I will continue to fight. King Jujia rode. Jian Wushuang and Qingfeng looked nodded. When the 3 were about to find a hidden place, suddenly a cold laughter blew in the sky. Ha ha ha, King Jojia, where do you want to escape? King Jojia and Jian Wushuang heard the words, and all of a sudden his face changed, and quickly looked up. I saw King Zhenan, King Suzi, Yin Peng dominated above them, plus 5 blood emissaries, 8 ultimate masters of invincible level, looking down at them with their hands and feet in the void. Why did they come so quickly? Qingfeng Shenhao's face suddenly became extremely ugly. As a matter of course, the ruins of Tailuo are so vast that it is impossible for these people to find them so quickly. Jian Wushuang and Jiu Jia Wang looked at this scene, and their frowns could not help but frown. That's strange. After they left the Fengyang Canyon, They changed their directions dozens of times in succession and deliberately avoided all the powerful people around them, and only came here. According to the truth, the king of Jinan and other people could not find them even if they were supernatural. The location is right. But now, is it the venom inside me? The king of Jujia sank and immediately looked into his own body. Sure enough, there was a very vague mark in the part of the venom still in his body. This mark is completely fused with those venoms. Before the King of Nine Calamities, he was wholeheartedly resisting the erosion of these venoms, and he did not notice the existence of this mark. Yinpeng, the King of Jujia, raised his head, staring at Dominion Yinpeng with a flash of murder in his eyes. At this moment, his dominance against Dominion Yinpeng reached the point where it could not be added. How? King Jujia, are you very angry now? Well, keep your anger. Next, I will keep you suffering in despair and the pain you inflicted on me 3 million years ago. Ha ha ha. Yinpeng dominated the king of Jujia, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened, covering his face with a low laugh, and his waist was all bent. His eyes were full of crazy pleasure. 3 million years ago, his clan was all slaughtered by the King of Nine Robbers, and only he was left to perform a secret technique, escaped from the hands of King Nine Robbers, and recovered his life. The hatred of the Tuss is not shared. 3 million years. He waited for this opportunity for 3 million years. You want to die? How arrogant is the King of Nine Calamities, and how can he endure the humiliation that Yinpeng dominates? He immediately wants to get violent, kill Yinpeng regardless of everything. And then quickly, just as he was about to rise into the sky, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, and he pressed it lightly. Don't hit him. He is deliberately seducing you to kill him. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said lightly. King Jujia was stunned by his anger, but sword was unparalleled. Above them, Jinan King and others have become prismatic, like a large net, completely sealing off the three of them. Once the King of Nine Robbers rushed up and slaughtered with them, they would immediately fall into their nets. Although Jujia Wang is strong, there is still a strong poison in the body, which is not completely ruled out, and the divine power is greatly damaged. It is also very reluctant to fight against the 8 invincible masters. This battle cannot be fought, only flee. Jian Wushuang said in a voice. Jijiawang took a deep breath. He was not stupid. After this impulse, he naturally calmed down quickly. The sword is unparalleled. If we continue to be together, I will not be afraid, but you two are likely to be a drag on me, so I will directly cast a thought on the kingdom of God and trap these 8 people. You and Qingfeng are waiting. Take the opportunity to leave. King Jujia stared at Jinan King, Xuemingshi, and others over the sky, and returned the message. Jian Wushuang nodded for a moment, then nodded. He has never been an arrogant person. Naturally, he can see that in this situation, although his state is still at its peak, he can no longer perform the trick of the primitive universe. If he fights with Qing Shuzi again, he will definitely not be Qing Shuzi. Their opponents, of course, relying on their own life-saving ability and the incredible divine body and divine power, these people cannot kill him in front of them. However, Qingfeng Shenhao's condition is so bad that he can't help at all and may even become a drag for the King of Nine Calamities. Not as good as the 2 left directly. Then you take care of everything. Jian Wushuangdo, after hearing the words, King Jujia smiled boldly at Jian Wushuang and said sternly, rest assured that with these 8 people joining forces, I may not be an opponent, but in the world, if King Jujia wants to leave, there is no one except Supreme can stay. This was his arrogance, and also the confidence of the first person to dominate the realm at that time. Jian Wushuang looked at Zhu Jiawang's smile on him, suddenly a little dumb. From the battle in Fengyang Gorge to the present, Although he and King Jyotsai did not make it clear, the two were already suffering. After all, before they entered the ruins of Tailuo, they were both confrontational. The sword is unparalleled. Qingfeng looks great. Go! The next moment, I saw King Nine Calm's eyes condense, and a loud drink sounded loudly between heaven and earth. I miss the kingdom of God. Rumble! Suddenly, an unprecedented powerful breath centered on the king of the nine calamities, bursting away. This breath is completely different from the breath of the previous king of the nine kings. It is full of a sense of avenue and mystery. When this breath comes out, the entire Taro ruins seem to be unbearable, and it emits a kakaka sound similar to glass breaking. The dark black iron chains shot out from the void, covering the sky and forming a cold boundary, enclosing 8 people in that town. In that realm, the sky and the earth changed dramatically. Mountains and rivers stood tall. Mountains and rivers rushed like a world of its own. This is a thought of the kingdom of God. How is it possible? The king of nine calamities has not yet broken through the supreme. How can it be possible to realize the thought of the kingdom of God? Even the supreme, it is only possible to master the kingdom of God once it reaches a certain level. The king of nine calamities has exerted his power to dominate the kingdom of God. King Zhennan, King Suzi, Wuming Wusher, Yinpeng dominated. At this moment, they all looked at each other in shock. Chapter 41:56. Second War. At the thought of the kingdom of God, this trick is difficult to master even many supreme masters, and for the master, it is almost a luxury to realize this trick. But today, the nine calamities king, who is the first master in the universe, not only possesses supreme combat power, he even has mastered the kingdom of God. How far is he from the true supreme? In the eyes of the 8 who were as appalling as ghosts, the king of nine kings laughed wildly, and his body was soaring into the sky. Jian Wushuang, live well. I will fight with you after you break through the ultimate master. I will not lose you again at that time. In midair, King Zhujia took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, then turned his eyes without any hesitation. He rushed towards the 8 people in Zhennan King without any hesitation. He froze with coldness and began to boil. Sure, the sword had no double focus, and then did not dare to delay, grabbing Qingfeng and looting away. Immediately, Jian Wushuang left the mountain and blasted towards a place in the ruins that no one had yet explored. At the same time, a battle broke out in the 9 gods of Jijiawang. The battle has turned upside down, and the sun and the moon have faded. After a joss stick, the kingdom of God collapsed every inch, and the king of nine calamities disappeared. King of the nine calamities has been injured by the 8 of us. We can't escape far. Chase. Xu Eming Wu made his face gloomy to the extreme. At this moment, their black robes were broken, and even the black moon sickle in their hands was broken by 3. Next moment, they swept away in one direction. The king of Zhennan, who had been seriously injured, became more serious. After taking an invaluable elixir, he looked at Yinpeng's master and stepped on the same foot and quickly followed. Of the 8, only King Suzi remained in place. His face was cold. His gaze was looking in the direction that Jian Wushuang had swept away before. His voice was cold. Sword Wushuang, I am not interested in the 9 kings of the calamity, but you, I said, Shangpur by Fel Huang Huang, I will kill you. You cannot escape. Too much forbidden surgery. God, puff. King Suzi bit his tongue and opened his mouth to spit out blood. Suddenly, the essence of blood was twisted and condensed in the air, but it turned into 3 small words, sword warriors. Gather! Qing Shuzi whispered in a low voice. Suddenly, the 3 scarlet characters, sword warriors, suddenly collapsed and turned into a scarlet sword. The point of the sword pointed to the southwest and kept trembling. Qing Zuzi's complexion was blue and white for a while, and he could see that this secret technique was equally costly to him. Southwest, Jian Wushuang, this time I see you die. Seeing this, King Suzi evoked a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, stepped hard, followed the sword, and quickly swept forward. Southwest, at a high altitude, Jian Wushuang, carrying King Feng's spirits, was rushing, and suddenly, at the top of his head, countless blood condensed, forming a light arrow in the shape of a small sword. What is this? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Looking at this blood-colored arrow, a kind of bad premonition appeared in his heart. Jian Wushuang fled. This is the forbidden technique of Taishu Temple. Qing Feng was very knowledgeable. He thought about it for a moment, and then recognized the arrow, and his face changed suddenly. God forbid surgery. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and there was a doubt in his eyes. Qing Feng Shenhe looked ugly, and replied, "This forbidden technique is one of the 5 major forbidden techniques of the Taishu Temple. Everyone who has been forbidden, whether it is from heaven or earth, even escapes to the edge of the universe, while the person who casts the forbidden spell is found until it is beheaded, or the person who casts the forbidden spell dies. Otherwise, the blood-colored arrow will always exist, and the color of the blood-colored arrow will continue to become richer as the distance between the two approaches. In other words, no matter where you flee, King Suzi will find you until you die." Jian Wushuang heard the words. His face could not help but sink. He knew that the Qing Shuzi might chase him regardless of the king of the 9 robbers, but he did not expect that the Qing Shuzi would kill him so strongly. Even at all costs, this kind of prohibition was clearly represented. What kind of hatred is this? What's wrong? Speaking of which, I'm just in the process of the magic drug fight. To stop him. Is this King Suzi so endless? Jian Wushuang frowned. However, he did not know that King Suzi, as the first genius of the era of the Taishu Temple, had more arrogance in his heart than 9 kings. He boasted that he was talented and looked at the whole universe. Except for King 9 Calamity, no one looked at him. And in fact, he didn't look down on the King of Calamity very much, because in his opinion, the King of Calamity is only because of the perfect level of life, but he is more confident than others how much weaker than the King of 9 Calamities. But such an arrogant, peerless genius. But in the Battle of Fengyang Gorge, countless people among them were stopped by a 4th-level master to the front. Moreover, he exerted himself to the best of his ability, and he had no way to dominate the 4th grade. This is absolutely a shame for his life. And this shame can only be washed away with the sword's life. Because of this, he no longer even contends for the magic potion in the hands of King Zhuojia, but directly kills Xiang Jian Wushuang. As long as Jian Wushuang is not dead, he will definitely become the demon of Qing Shuzi forever. The Qing Shuzi is too narrow-minded. Jian Wushuang couldn't help it. Jian Wushuang, run away first. According to my guess, Jinan King and others should go and kill King Jiuzai. The only one who will chase you is Qing Shuzi. If only Qing Shuzi is alone, wait for me. Restore some. You and I should be able to contend with him. Qing Feng Shenhe said. Well, this can only be the case now. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Huh. Suddenly, Jian Wu's footsteps slammed like a cannonball and instantly disappeared in place. Not long after, the place where Jian Wushuang stayed before, a white robe with a sword figure came in. Well, there is still a lot of breath of divine power in the air. It should not have been far. Qing Shuzi said blankly and said to himself, Jian Wushuang, this time I see where you fled. The next moment, Qing Shuzi flickered and chased again in one direction. In a dense forest, the sword Wushuang rushed forward. Each step was thousands of miles away. It's getting closer. Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy to the extreme, and the blood-colored arrow at the top of his head became thicker and thicker. This shows that the distance between Qing Shuzi and him is constantly drawing in. He glanced down at Qing Feng and shook his head. Chapter 4157. The first is more. In order to counteract the 5 blood mourners of the Blood Temple, Qing Feng not only lost weight and lost most of his divine power, but even he also performed some unique mysteries. These mysteries are not cheap, leading to Qing Feng in a short period of time. Shunho is difficult to restore strength. Even now, Qing Feng, Shunho has only slightly restored the body, but he still has a long way to go to restore his peak strength. Jiang Wushuang, otherwise you can drop me, you are also a burden with me. Qing Feng Gadho looked up at Qing Feng Gadho, said with a bitter smile, "It's not that far." Jian Wushuang shook his head and continued to rush forward. However, it wasn't time for Ayaka. Swords warriors. A cold drink exploded in the air. Jian Wushuang looked back abruptly and saw that in the distant sky, Qing Shuzi sneered and was approaching him quickly. In front of Qing Shuzi, a blood-colored sword was floating in the air, and the sharp point of the sword pointed to his sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang, give up the unnecessary struggle, obediently grabbed it. Maybe I can spare you a life. Qing Shuzi sneered. Noisy. Jian Wushuang faced gloomy and continued to plunder. Useless. You cannot escape in the face of absolute pressure. Qing Shuzi shook his head in disdain. Turned out to be another acceleration, approaching the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang's speed is not uncomfortable. With a lot of divine power as the support, the general ultimate master is not as good as him. However, compared to Qing Shuzi, who is invincible in the ultimate realm, Jian Wushuang's speed is far worse. Rumble! The two cascaded into a streamer in the air, dragged a long tail flame, crossed the sky, gradually separated from the central area of the Terra ruins, and swept toward the remote area where no one was interested. Jian Wushuang, put me down, or we'll all die. Qing Feng Shunho seriously looked at Jian Wushuang and said positively. Jian Wushuang didn't answer, but stepped hard and drank. Mystery, dragon destroys. Bang! The vast divine power in Jian Wushuang's body suddenly boiled, and the speed erupted again instantly, raising several grades. In a short time, Qing Shuzi and Jian Wushuang were gradually getting closer. After Jian Wushuang used dragon demystification, they pulled away again. Oh, can it be faster? Qing Shuzi raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but startled. The speed of Jian Wushuang had already shocked him enough. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang could be even faster on this basis. At the same time that Qing Shuzi was amazed, the murderous power against sword unparalleled was more and more intense. Don't stay here. Shaking his head, Qing Zuzi's mouth sneered again. What mystical speed should be the price of this sword? I don't believe it. He can use it forever. After Qing Shuzi said, he was not in a hurry to catch up with Jian Wushuang, but hung far behind. Anyway, there is a God-inhibiting technique. He is not afraid that Jian Wushuang can escape. God banned surgery. Rest until the dead. As long as the sword is undead, you can escape. Ahead. Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy. Qing Shuzi was right. Dragon mystery did make his power burst instantly, but there was a time limit. Once his power was exhausted, he would still be overtaken by Qing Shuzi. God, how are you recovering? Jian Wushuang asked, looking down. What he can do now is to delay the time as much as possible and let the Feng Feng God Ho recover quickly. At that time, they will be able to gather the strength of the two to counter the King Suzi at this time and a half. I guess it's impossible to recover. Qing Feng Shunho smiled wryly and shook his head. Jian Shuang saw this, and the light in his eyes kept blinking. Call out. Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi turned into two streamers, one after the other, and they kept passing across the sky quickly. As the sword unparalleled dragon blasts out the mystery of the dragon, at the cost of burning God's power, let his speed soar, and soon the distance between the two continues to increase. Not long after, Qing Shuzi was left behind. His figure disappeared. However, Jian Wushuang's face was not half happy. There was no trace of the disappearance of the little sword arrow hanging above his head. This means that no matter if he fled to the ends of the earth, as long as the arrow was there, King Shuzi could find him. No, I can't go on like this. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a decisive look. Seeing Qingfeng Shenhe like this, it will be difficult to recover in a short time. And although his divine power is immense, it is impossible to continue burning like this unbridled. And once the dragon mystery burning is stopped, Qing Shuzi can immediately catch up, rather than let Qingfeng's prince leave first. Anyway, Qing Shuzi's goal is him. Qingfeng prince is dead or alive. Qing Shuzi simply doesn't care. When thinking about this, Jian Wushuang said, Qingfeng Shenhe, you and I will leave separately. After hearing a word, Qingfeng Shenhe shook his head and said, the target of Qing Shuzi is you. If you and I are together, although I have not recovered to the peak strength if at all costs, it will be enough to make him jealous. But as soon as I leave, there is really no scruples on this young boy. Qingfeng Shenhe can actually leave directly. The Qing Shuzi did not take him as a target at all. The reason why the Qingfeng Shenhe has been reluctant to leave is that he is worried that he cannot resist the Qing Shuzi without his help. You can hear the words of Qingfeng Shenhe, but Jian Wushuang showed a confident smile on his face and replied, God, please rest assured that although I am not the opponent of King Shuzi for now, but he wants to kill me. Not so easy. This. Qingfeng Shenhe looked at Jian Wushuang. A hesitation flashed on his face. He can see Jian Wushuang's confident smile on his face is not a fake. Okay then. Qingfeng Shenhe nodded his head. Now it is the moment of life and death. He doesn't have so much time to do his daughter gesture. Since Jian Wushuang made him leave, then he left. Jian Wushuang, take good care of yourself. If we can see you again in the future, we will make a happy talk. Qingfeng Shenhe took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and flew towards a mountain below the sky. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded. After Qingfeng Shenhe left, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, but there was a flash of murder in his eyes. His strength today is indeed inferior to Qing Shuzi, but this does not mean that he has no way to take Qing Shuzi. Qing Shuzi, since you are going to die with me, I have to prepare a surprise for you. Jian Wushuang's eyes were extremely cold, and he still had plans in his heart. Chapter 41:58. Second more. Not far behind Jian Wushuang. Seeing that Qingfeng Shenhe and Jian Wushuang were separated and swept towards the surrounding void, Qing Shuzi only glanced slightly, but did not go after him. Indeed, his target is only Jian Wushuang. As for Qingfeng, he doesn't care. But chasing it all the way down, the smile on Qing Zuzi's face has gradually disappeared. His brows are getting more and more tighter. How thick is this sword, unparalleled power? Qing Zuzi's face was not very good-looking, according to his conjecture. The reason why Jian Wushuang's rapid increase in speed must have been the execution of some unique mystic skills, and that mystic skills should not be easy to perform. At least the power consumed should be very huge. There is no doubt about it. Otherwise, why did Jian Wushuang burst into such a fast speed at the beginning? But he has been chasing nearly 2 hours behind him, and Jian Wushuang's speed has not slowed down at all. What is this concept? Well, it'll take a look at how long your divine power can support you. Qing Shuzi hummed coldly. His expression returned to apathy again. With God's guidance, he is not afraid of Jian Wushuang escaping, so it is not too urgent. In the blink of an eye, most of the time passed. For such a long period of time, Jian Wushuang has been performing the mystery of dragon extermination and burning his divine power. If it had been placed before, Jian Wushuang could not carry it for so long. But since the baptism of life, his deities have skyrocketed to a height of 68,000 miles. How immense is the power of such a huge body! Even if the burning of dragon mystery has been maintained for more than half a day now, his divine power has been consumed by less than 10%. Jian Wushuang kept rushing forward, but when he did know, he had already reached the most marginal area of the Terra ruins. Because it is relatively remote, and there are few precious treasure opportunities, the strong man who is here to wander is almost no. Just as Jian Wushuang passed a mountain, his footsteps stopped. Almost. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and his bodice lazing fell instantly, landing on this mountain. Stepping on the ground, Jian Wushuang looked up at the blood-colored arrow hanging above his head. This blood-colored arrow has become very thin, and by this calculation, King Suzi should be quite far away from him. This is also the reason why he did not hesitate to burn and walk in the face of divine power. He wanted to keep Qing Shuzi as far away as possible so that he could have more time to prepare. On the mountains, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, sat down slowly, and closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, sword-to-sword shot abruptly from his body, and then dived into the mountains like a ground dragon. At this moment, Jian Wushuang no longer suppresses the divine power in his body. Before fighting with Qing Shuzi, he has always controlled his divine power to be about 8,000 times that of ordinary practitioners, but now it is equivalent to 13 million ordinary practitioners. Thousands and 500 times the power of God burst out. 13,500 times the strength of the divine power. With Jian Wushuang's understanding of Kendo, the perception of the universe's origin swept wildly, and immediately under the control of Jian Wushuang's, full of sword energy, ambush in this majestic mountain among. After entering into the mountains, these sword chi were all contained but not sent, as if waiting for someone's arrival quietly. 10 roads, 100 roads, 1,000 roads, 1,000 roads. Qing Shuzi, I hope you will like the surprise I gave you. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes slightly and pulled a smile on his face. About half an hour later, a figure of white robes just stepped in the void. Step by step, his speed seemed unpleasant, but every step he took, he directly crossed 1,000 miles. Jian Wushuang, don't run away. Qing Shuzi stood with his hands in his hands, standing on the mountain, overlooking Jian Wushuang below with interest, like a cat playing with a mouse. He wasn't worried that Jian Wushuang would run away, so it wasn't slowed down along the way. The sword sat cross-legged, only to hear Qing Zuzi's words. Then he slowly opened his eyes. A fine light passed quickly through his eyes. Qing Shuzi, there isn't much resentment between us. Why do you bite me? Jian Wushuang looked up at him and said lightly, hate. Qing Shuzi heard, as if he had heard some funny joke, and suddenly burst out laughing. When I am young and murderous, when do I need resentment? Whoever I want to die must die. Qing Zuzi's mouth also had a hint of pleasure and abuse. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His expression did not change. He nodded and said, okay. Jian Wushuang, you are a 4th-level master who can push me to this share. You are worthy of pride. If you give me some time, wait for you to break through to reach the 5th rank or become the ultimate master. Go there. You might be stronger than King Jiuzai. Even me, when I meet you at that time, am afraid I can only escape, but unfortunately, now you are just an ant in front of me. Qing Shuzi shook his head, then 5 fingers with distinct bones grasped the Excalibur at the waist. The sword is unparalleled. Remember, this sword is frightened. Don't worry about it. Huh. Qing Shuzi suddenly drew his sword out of the sheath, a crescent moon sword instantly folded from the void, and split it in front of the sword Wushuang. Facing a cold sword, Jian Wushuang suddenly lowered his head and sighed. Next moment, he looked up sharply, his eyes full of murder. "Qing Shuzi, it's you. Sword Chi, get up, boom." At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color instantly, and the whole mountain was like a landslide, making a loud noise. The earth began to crack, the sky began to change color, and a hint of cold sword rose up. "Okay." Qing Shuzi raised an eyebrow, and a doubt flashed in his eyes. "Cut." Along with Jian Wushuang's deep and cold drink, this majestic mountain range burst instantly. A total of 300,000 swords have sprung up and covered the sky. At this moment, the void seemed to be torn, and a storm of sword gas was blown directly. What? In Qing Zuzi's furious eyes, these 300,000 sword chi gathered together, like a long dragon swallowing the sun, hovering above the sky, blocking all the bright light, roaring towards Qing Shuzi to bite away. Huh! A total of 300,000 swords have been swept away. What kind of scene is that? It's dense, covering the sky, like the million swordsmen, and the sword unparalleled standing in the center of the 300,000 Daoqi sword chi is like the sword lord in charge of killing power. These 300,000 sword chi was condensed by the sword power of 12,700 times, and the explosion caused by it is enough to be the ultimate master in seconds. This is the great surprise that Jian Wushuang prepared for Qing Shuzi. Chapter 415 Surprise, page 1/1, bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 4159. The first is more. Rumble. There was a thunder between heaven and earth. These 300,000 swords are like the dragons of the world and the snakes swallowing the sun, and they are severely chopped down towards the Qing Shuzi, Jian Wushuang. Qing Zuzi's face changed for the first time, roaring loudly. Huh! The next moment, the 300,000 swords were hit Qing Shuzi. Dang, 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 dang. Qing Shuzi raised his sword across, and the sharp sword gas hit his sword-stealing sword, making a sound of gold and iron and sparks. However, Qing Shuzi only resisted less than 100,000 sword chi, and the amazing cicada sword flew from his hands. Then more than 200,000 swords smashed into him without any hindrance. Like Wan Jian's heart, Qing Zuzi's body shook like a sieve, making a dense muffled sound. After almost 3 breaths, the 300,000 swordsmanship completely disappeared. Jian Wushuang stared at this scene until Qing Zuzi's body, like a rag bag, crossed a falling arc in the air and hit the ground fiercely, and he was only slightly relieved. He believes that even if he is an invincible King Suzi in the ultimate domination, in the face of his strenuous effort and elaborate design, it will explode at a full strength of 13,000 times the strength of the divine power, and the magical power of the burning of the dragon destroys the magic to display 100,000 swordsmanship is definitely not much better. Time flies. The place where Qing Shuzi fell raised huge smoke, but Jian Wushuang did not dare to take it lightly. After all, in addition to being the ultimate master of invincibility, Qing Shuzi was also the High Prince of the universe, the top power 2 virtual temple. No one knows the Taishu Temple sent him to Tailuo ruins this time, and prepared him what Xian whole card. Ahem. Suddenly, there was a sound of coughing blood in the diffused smoke. Jian Wushuang's heart sank. Sure enough, the 300,000 sword chi was not enough to kill Qing Shuzi. The smoke gradually dispersed. I saw that the place where Qing Shuzi had fallen formed a huge pit that was 100 feet wide. Qing Shuzi stood up from the pit, and the whole man looked miserable. The white robe embroidered with the word Tai Su on his body was completely broken. Hanging on his body like a rotten strip, his hair was spread out, and Zhang Jun's face was covered with blood. indifferent to the appearance of a noble son, the wolf was trembling to the extreme. Sword. None. Double. King Suzy gasped with a big mouth and stared at Jian Wushuang, staring out the words Jian Wushuang from his teeth. Huh. He hooked his waist, slowly moving forward, and then grabbed the cicada Excalibur, slanting in front of him, like the evil spirit crawling out of 9U hell, a horrible resentment and hatred from him. He burst out. How much hasn't the breath weakened? Jian looked at this scene without expressions on both sides, but sighed in his heart. I was so strenuous and exhausted my magical preparations. I thought that even if I could not kill Qing Shuzi, at least it could cause Qing Shuzi to be badly damaged. However, although the Qing Shuzi looks extremely embarrassed, the breath on his body did not weaken at all. After all, it's still too low. If he is not dominated by the 4th series, but has broken through to reach the 5th series, he believes that the move just now should be enough to make Qing Shuzi deadly. It's almost. I really planted it in the hands of a 4th-level master. Qing Shuzi stared at Jian Wushuang with a pair of eyes, furious in his heart. At the same time, there was a hint of concealment. If it hadn't been for the Taishu Temple this time before he came, he had given him a life-saving jade that was enough to withstand the power of dominating the limits. Maybe this time he would really capsize in the gutter. The killing move just now killed 300,000 horrific swords and swords. If he totally relied on his own strength, although he could survive, it would definitely be hit hard. And once it was severely damaged, he could hardly recover in a short time. Then he could only temporarily withdraw from the Taro ruins. Now, although he kept himself from being harmed by the murderous move just now, the Taishu Shrine prepared for him. The life-saving jade specially used in the Taro ruins was used. Qing Shuzi looked down at the 8-piece diamond-shaped jade pendant in his hand. An unprecedented killing intention could no longer be suppressed. Sword unparalleled. I will smash your bones inch by inch, draw your soul out of the body, and suffer from the scorching of the sword all day. Qing Shuzi resentfully said. The sword has no two-sided indifference. He didn't even look at Qing Shuzi more, but looked at the surrounding void. That void may be due to the bursting of 300,000 sword chi at the same time, and the impact has not been known when it has been distorted. Gradually, there was a hidden space crack that slowly emerged. Crack in space. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed. Under the impact of Jianqi in this Taro ruins, a space crack suddenly appeared. Where does this space crack lead? Jian Wushuang, a full 50 chaos era. You are the first person to force me into this field. Very good, really good. Qing Shuzi looked cold as a poisonous snake, and then took a deep breath, seems to make a decision. His eyebrows gradually twisted into a Sichuan word, saying one word at a time. Too much forbidden surgery. God is angry. Boom. All of a sudden, Qing Zuzi's hair spread all over his head, and a fierce wind exploded around him. And Qing Zuzi's whole momentum began to skyrocket. In a blink of an eye, it has reached a whole new level. Suddenly, the might of terror was like the tide, and the mad swordsman oppressed. Jian Wushuang has also fought against this King Suzy after the show of the primitive universe, and also fought with equal fanfare. Although King Suzy's prestige was overbearing, it was not enough to make Jian Wushuang scared. But now, Jian Wushuang felt a sense of suffocation under this might. This is it. Jian Wushuang trembled, and his eyes were inconceivable for the first time. If Qing Zuzi's previous strength was a grade lower than Jijiawang, then he now feels that sword is unparalleled and will never be inferior to Jijiawang in the peak period. The King Suzy relied on the forbidden technique, and even had the level of Zhou Kaiwang's superior combat power in a short time. Jian Wushuang, you really it? Qing Shuzi said coldly. Only he knew how much it cost him to use this virtual forbidden technique. It can be said that Qing Shuzi has desperately wanted to be able to slay the sword unparalleled. Call out. Qing Zuzi's voice had not yet landed, and he had disappeared instantly. Chapter 459, The Space Rift, page 1/1. Bookmark for easy reading. Chapter 4160, Second More. Escape. Now, I'm definitely not an opponent. Jian Wushuang's thoughts turned. He was never a man of arrogance. He didn't think that only the fourth-level self dominated the realm, and he could compete with the current Qing Shuzi. Can you escape? Zizi. At this moment, a virtual shadow instantly condensed before Jian Wu's two sides, and then Jian Wushuang saw that Qing Shuzi had already lifted the stun sword and stabbed at his head fiercely. Too fast. This sword, almost reaching the end of the sword, could not react at all, and went to defend. At this time of crisis, Jian Wushuang finally used his whole card. Talented, amazing life. Suddenly, a supreme coercion from the life level came suddenly. This kind of oppression from life level ignores the realm. Even though King Suzi can now compete with the King of Nine Calamities, it is also affected by the shock of life. At this moment, as if time had produced a momentary freeze, Qing Zuzi's body, which was struck forward, actually froze instantly. However, Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to storm back without hesitation, turned around, and plunged into the void crack. Click, click. The field of life deterrence just broke up after only holding it for less than half a time. Qing Zuzi's eyes were cold, looking at the void crack in which Jian Wushuang penetrated, and his voice was indifferent. Jian Wushuang, do you think I can escape into the void crack? Can I do nothing? Huh. Qing Shuzi stepped on and shot straight into the void crack. Jian Wushuang seemed to have passed through a black, bottomless passage. When his eyes lighted up, the whole man suddenly stopped. A towering black palace emerged in front of him. In this palace, Long Fei Feng Wu is engraved with two big characters Taro. These two large characters are drawn like gold hooks with sharp pen angles and an arrogant sword shootout. Here is. Jian Wushuang trembled with shock in his eyes. If he didn't guess it wrong, it is very likely that this is the second floor of the Terra relics mentioned by the King of the Wind, the real hiding place of Taro treasures. When Jian Wushuang was going to walk into this palace, he suddenly felt something and turned his head sharply to look back. Zizi, I saw a twist in the void, a white-robed figure falling from the void. Qing Shuzi? Jian Wu's eyes narrowed for a moment. This man really was a ghost. Jian Wushuang, I said, you can't escape. Qing Shuzi sneered. Let's die. The next moment, when Qing Shuzi was carrying his whole body of power, intending to slash the sword Wushuang, his face suddenly became ugly. He found that his whole body power was as if it was being suppressed by a supreme power, and he couldn't achieve 10%. What's the matter? Qing Shuzi noticed the existence of the palace at that moment, and his expression was suddenly stunned. Qing Shuzi, if I'm not mistaken, this is the real treasure of the Taro ruins. We might as well stop here and look for opportunities here. When we get out of here, there is a right and wrong between us. And solve how? Jian Wushuang said lightly, the real treasure of the Taro ruins. Qing Shuzi heard his face clouded for a while, and then hummed coldly, sword unparalleled. Then I will let you live for a while, then come back to take back your life. In fact, he wanted to kill Jian Wushuang first, but the problem was that once he came here, his strength was greatly suppressed, and he could not achieve 10%. In this case, he could not kill Jian Wushuang at all. Naturally, you can only give up temporarily. When Jian Wushuang heard a faint smile, he stopped talking and walked step by step towards the black palace-shaped palace. The palace is very large, with a total of 5 floors, and a winding promenade continues to meander upwards. Flip-flop, flip-flop. The sound of Jian Wushuang's footsteps echoing in the silent palace seemed a little dull. Cosmic source stones. Lots of cosmic source stones. Just then, the ecstatic voice of Qing Shuzi came from the other side of the roundabout corridor. Jian Wushuang stared at it. In the corner of the first floor, countless cosmic source rocks were stacked together to form 10 magnificent hills. The cosmic source stone of each hill is at least tens of millions. Rao Shi is a sword unmatched. Looking at these 10 hills piled with cosmic source stones, he couldn't help turning his eyes red. Immediately, Qing Shuzi grabbed a cosmic source stone. Jian Wushuang was also unwilling to show weakness. He took a large hand and took a shot towards another cosmic source stone. However, before the two of them actually encountered the cosmic source stone, a light blue halo suddenly swung away from the hill where the cosmic source stone was stacked and bounced off the giant hands of Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi. Can't take it. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, his eyes flashing. He pondered slightly that the power of restraint was everywhere in this palace. If you want to get the contents of this palace, you may first have to control the palace and lift the power of restraint. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes revealed a touch of enlightenment, and his footsteps quickly moved towards the higher part of the palace. The King Shuzi, as if he didn't believe in evil, madly grabbed at the 10 cosmic source rocks and made a loud noise. Jian Wushuang shook his head when he saw it. His footsteps never stopped, and he kept walking up the winding corridor. 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, 4th floor. The sword Wushuang is moving faster and faster, where the 2nd layer contains a large number of rule treasures, and the 3rd layer is a variety of magic drugs. As you go upward, the contents of each layer become more and more. The 4th layer is a quiet suspension, author of an ancient book, Tai Luo Jian. An overbearing and powerful breath came out from this ancient book. Jian Wushuang looked at this ancient book and could not help but feel a sense of worship. This is the breath left by Tai Luo Supreme. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang tried to reach out and ingest this Terra sword classic. A stronger band has bounced back. Jian Wushuang took a few steps back to suppress the writhing blood. Sure enough, the things in this palace can only be seen, but they see and be taken. If you want to get these treasures, you must first find a way to get control of this palace. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang continued to go up. After half an hour, Jian Wushuang reached the 5th floor. It was a closed door. 2 giant statues holding swords stood in front of the door. Without any hesitation, Jian Wushuang reached out and pushed the door open. Boom! Countless fumes were lifted, and an ancient cloud of air was thrown out of the door. The dust sealed the doors of hundreds of chaos periods and was pushed open by the sword unparalleled. Jian Wushuang's expression was deep, holding in his right hand the Wubbing Divine sword's hilt, which straddled his waist, and strode in. Chapter 4161. The first is more. On the 5th floor, there is a huge hall just like the palace in the dynasty. It is solemn and solemn. The orbs are glowing with faint blue light, hanging on the hall, which illuminates the hall somewhat mysteriously and hazy. Sword Wu looked straight to the deepest part of the hall, his eyes flashing. There is a huge throne. A figure wearing a dark gold and black robe was sitting quietly on the throne. The figure lowered his head, and the dark black hair of his legs was scattered on the ground, making it hard to see his face. Under this throne, there are still 6 corpses exposed in frightened faces, with open mouths. This is... Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. His right hand was turned over, and an ancient sheepskin roll appeared. Jian Wushuang lowered his head and looked up at the sheepskin roll. On this sheepskin roll, there were 7 human faces on the front page, which were portraits of the King of the Wind 10,000 years ago. Jian Wushuang put away the sheepskin roll and looked again at the 6 dry corpses under the throne. These 6 dead corpses are the 6 team members who followed the chasing after the Wind King 10,000 years ago and came to this Taro ruins. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene, and for some reason, a strong, cold chill surged in his heart. Instinctively, Jian Wushuang intends to step back. Click, click. But at this moment, the figure in the purple and black robe, sitting on the throne, slowly raised his head. In an instant, Jian Wushuang's sweat and fur all stood up, and an extremely scary thrill came from his heart. This thrill was like a man's back, and Jian Wushuang felt like he was facing death. On the throne, the figure slowly raised his head, revealing an old face. When Jian Wushuang saw this face, his pupils suddenly shrank. This face, he could not be more familiar. It is one of the goals of their visit to Tailuo Ruins. King of Wind, King of the Wind, you are not dead. Jian Wushuang surprised. Yeah, how could I be dead? The King of the Wind said with a hoarse voice, smirking. Jian Wushuang sank in his heart. Somehow, this chasing the Wind King gave him an extremely weird feeling. He stepped back a few steps, preparing to send a message back to the Temple of Life, to convey the news that the King of the Wind was still alive. However, the result of this rumor was to make Jian Wushuang's face slightly changed. Something has stopped. Here is like an invisible force, completely cut off the communication between him and the Palace of Life. My child, are you afraid? Why step back? The King of the Wind looked at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. Child, Jian Wushuang frowned. This title should obviously not be the title of the King of the Wind. And he also found that while the King of the Wind was speaking, there was a vaguely invisible power over him. This kind of power was mild and desirable, as if it really came from his father. Nothing. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. He can now be absolutely sure that something happened to the King of Wind. King of the Wind, what's going on with them? Jian Wushuang slightly pointed his jaw, pointed at his 6 dry corpses under his chin, and asked lightly, who knows? The King of the Wind shook his head, then stared straight at Jian Wushuang, his voice muffled. My child, come here quickly. I don't like to talk across this distance. Jian Wushuang heard his face expressionless, but he couldn't help but sneer. Just as he was about to step out of the gate of the palace, a cold snoring sounded suddenly from the door. Immediately after, Jian Wushuang saw Qing Shuzi and strode in. Huh, is anyone else here? Qing Shuzi saw the King of the Wind sitting on the throne and raised his eyebrows suddenly. Here is another one. On the throne, the King of Wind saw the stepping Qing Shuzi and immediately laughed lowly, vaguely, carefully paying attention to the sword of warrior King Wushuang. It seems to see a smile and greed hidden in the smile of warrior King. Old guy, what are you laughing at? Qing Shuzi looked cold, and then he snorted, and then Feng Feng turned. Old guy, I ask you, do you know how to get the things in this hall? The King of Winds heard the words and smiled slightly. You want? Crap, I don't want me to ask you what. Qing Shuzi answered with a smirk. Okay, boy, come here, I'll tell you. The chasing Wind King smiled more and more kindly. However, the anxiety in Jian Wushuang's heart grew stronger. Pretend to be a ghost. Qing Shuzi also had a hint of vigilance in his heart. He took a closer look at the King of the Wind in front of him. Although the feeling of the King of the Wind was very strange, he could see that the King of the Wind did not seem to have anything strength. After a moment of groaning, Qing Shuzi raised his head again. You can't make any waves. Qing Shuzi slowly walked towards the King of Wind. Yeah, that's it, boy. You just walked over. It'll tell you how to get the treasure here. The voice of the King of the Wind revealed a deep desire. Even the lips, because excited, looked a little trembling. Slap. Qing Shuzi stepped in front of the King of the Wind, looked down at him condescendingly, and said with anger, "Say, how can you get the treasure here?" "Okay, you lower your head closer, and they'll tell you right away." The King of the Wind's voice revealed a strange magic. Qing Zuzi's complexion changed slightly, but before he took any action, he saw that the King of the Wind raised his hand suddenly and pressed it towards his head. Qing Shuzi wanted to avoid, but found in horror that his movement was obstructed by an invisible obstacle, which eventually led him to fail to hide. The palm of the King of the Wind was still pressed on his skull. Suddenly, countless blood and divine power were sucked out along the arm of the King of the Wind, and quickly entered the body of the King of the Wind. Qing Zuzi's body dried up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, making a terrible scream. Huh! Qing Shuzi tremblingly held the scary cicada sword on his waist, and swept up fiercely. Huh! However, this amazing cicada sword that is enough to cut through the sky was just caught by the King of the Wind and gently grasping it. Later, in Qing Zuzi's horrified eyes, the scared cicada sword was opened by the King of the Wind and ate it inch by inch. Click, 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 just a few breaths away. This amazing cicada sword disappeared into the mouth of the King of the Wind. Slap! Qing Shuzi fell to the ground, and the whole man turned into a dead body, still holding a huge terror on his face. A generation of suns, the invincible existence of the ultimate master, died. He, 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 he. The King of the Wind released his hand and let out a low, weird smile, which was extremely strange. Chapter 4162. The second is even more. This sudden change made Jian Wushuang surprised. Escape! Jian Wushuang's alarm bell rose, and he did not hesitate at all. Qing Shuzi instantly died and became a dead body, plus the same 6 dead bodies on the ground, so that Jian Shuang understands that there is definitely a big problem with the chasing Wind King. Huh! However, just as Jian Wushuang was about to escape from the hall, the heavy door closed with a whisper. Immediately afterwards, I saw the hair dragged by the King of the Wind to the ground, all floating up like a sharp sword, and shot towards the sword. On the originally old face of the King of Wind, as if fated, in a short moment, it actually turned into another turquoise and rotten face. His eyes burst into pieces, his eyes became dark, as if there was a strange fire beating. Clang! A bundle of hair, like a serpent, shot at Jian Wushuang fiercely. Jian Wushuang jumped quickly to avoid it. The bundle of hair hit the ground where he was before, and a small pit was hit on the ground. No, you are not the King of the Wind. Jian Wushuang's face changed wildly. The King of the Wind. This body is called the King of the Wind. The body of the King of the Wind slowly rose from the throne, and his throat sounded completely harsh, unlike humans. At the same time, an evil hegemony reached the extreme of the sword, erupting from him, setting off a terrifying space storm. You can call me Taro Sword Demon, or you can call me Taro Sword. King of the Wind approached Jian Wushuang step by step. His hair floated, his face rotten, his eyes hollow and deep, like a messenger from hell. Huh! Bunches of hair shot fiercely towards Jian Wushuang, and Jian Wushuang's Weiss Excalibur slashed on her hair, and she could only splash a string of sparks, which could not be cut off. After avoiding 100 hair bundles, at last, Jian Wushuang couldn't avoid it. He was directly hit by a bundle of hair and immediately swept up, taking the distance, and directly binding Jian Wushuang into a mule. Jian Wushuang's whole body was surging, and he was struggling madly, but no matter how he struggled, he couldn't get rid of the shackles of this hair. At this time, King of the Wind had already come to Jian Wushuang. He stretched out 5 fingers and pressed it against the head of Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang faced a dead end. It's bad. Jian Wu's face became frightened. The King of the Wind is smiling strangely, pressing his palm directly on the head of Jian Wushuang. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang only felt his whole body power, and with the vitality, all began to be quickly sucked away by the King of Wind. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's 3 great talents, all kinds of unscrupulous mysteries, seemed to be sealed and could not exert the slightest strength. The palm of the King of the Wind is like a black hole that devours everything, constantly devouring the vitality and power of the sword unparalleled. What? Suddenly, the King of the Wind stopped for a moment, as if something had been found, and an interesting tapping sound was made in his mouth. This junior's divine power is so majestic, it is unbelievable. Also, he is obviously the master of a 4th series, but his perception of the laws of the universe is enough to be as ordinary as the Supreme. It must be the most arrogant in the world, right? It's a pity to die here. The King of the Wind shouted and shook his head with a tongue in his tongue. Although his mouth was saying words of admiration, the coldness and greed on his face did not decrease by half. At this moment, he is constantly absorbing the magical power and vitality of Jian Wushuang. Naturally, he can see the depth of Jian Wushuang's divine power. As for Jian Wushuang's perception of the laws of the universe, he does not know how the King of the Wind sees it. The King of the Wind continued to move and began to devour the vitality and power of Jian Wushuang. Under this great devouring force, Jian Wushuang's eyes gradually darkened, and then slowly closed. Just then, Jian Wushuang's body armor swelled with a bright light, and a frosty cold eyebrow appeared suddenly in front of him. It was exactly the blood guard who stayed in Jian Wushuang's armor. Body imprint. Bold. He Fongren dare to hurt my disciples? Blood wave. Supreme Su Ying stretched out a finger, carrying the power of destroying the stars, toward the King of the Wind. Extreme power? The King of Winds pursed his eyes, but made a dismissive smirk. If your deity is here, I still don't want to miss 3 points. Just a protective mark on the body. Dare to be arrogant? Get out of the way. The King of Zufeng's face flashed sharply. A dark hair from behind his head floating up, just like a javelin, pierced the imprint of the supreme protection of Bloodwave instantly. Banging! Bloodwave Supreme's phantom collapsed piece by piece. Well, when this seat was alive, you waited for the Supreme to not even let this seat shot. Dare to stop me now? The King of Contempt sneered sneer, and the rotten face looked a little embarrassed. The palm of his hand continued to rest on the sword's head. Countless vitality and divine power devoured and sucked by him. The King of the Wind felt the vitality and divine power coming from his arm, and his face was filled with pleasure. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to turn into a corpse, the action of King of the Wind stopped for a moment, and a look of shock flashed on his face. How is it possible? This junior's divine strength is even more than 10,000 times. Even the legendary perfect life, the innate advantage is developed to the extreme. The divine strength cannot exceed 10,000 times. Is it? The King of Winds was shocked, and there was a shock in his eyes. He is a remnant thought of the tyrants who died before the death of Tai Luo Supreme, or, as the current sword spirit of Tai Luo Excalibur, has extraordinary insight. He knows a lot about special life. At the same time, he also knows that in the strength of divine strength, the strongest perfect life will develop the innate advantage to the extreme, and it is only the strength of divine strength equivalent to 10,000 times of ordinary practitioners. But now, while absorbing sword warriors, he clearly senses the strength of sword warriors is far stronger than the ordinary 4th-rank master. Absolutely more than 10,000 times. more than 10,000 times the strength of the divine power. Isn't the life level of this junior higher than the perfect life? Ha 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 ha. The sky will never end. I am Tu Luo. Give me such a good fortune. The king of wind, or Tai Luo Jianling, an ecstasy burst into ugly face. At this moment, he changed his mind. He no longer wanted to kill Jian Wushuang, but he took it away. He is going to inherit this talent that is amazing to the extreme, and his life level is far beyond that of perfect progression. Capture the soul. The king of the wind sighed, and then a scene of terror appeared. Chapter 41:63. The first is more. I saw that starting from the position of the eyebrow king, the flesh was constantly torn, and the dark golden Excalibur sword pointed out from the position of his eyebrow. Sword tip, sword body, hilt. However, within a few breaths, a whole body was dark gold, with numerous mysterious road patterns on the blade, and a vertical-eyed long sword sticking out of the sword's body. This is the Terra sword that millions of chaos prehistoric dazzled the universe. This Taro sword is full of feelings of demon, smelting evil spirits. It has been transformed into a magic sword after millions of contaminations left by the Chaos G Taro Supreme. Call out. The sword tip of Tai Luo magic sword was slightly rotated, and then it was stabbed slowly towards Jian Wushuang's brows. The body of the king of the wind dried up at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, turned into a dry body, and finally dissolved into a pool of blood. Click, click. This Taro Excalibur entered the intimacy of the sword unparalleled, and after a moment, the Terra Excalibur completely entered the body of the sword. Strangely, Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were located without any wounds or blood. Huh! The next moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly opened. The pupil in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a hollow void and depth. Jian Wushuang? Very good. Starting today, I am the sword magic sword. The corner of sword Wao Shuang opened his mouth, sending out a low, weird laughter, which echoed in the large hall and looked extremely eerie. He floated in the void and took a photo with his right hand. The countless hairs that stuck in the ground like javelins suddenly turned into countless black lines, all of which fell into the sword without hands. Immediately after, he stepped down from the void and felt the body carefully, pulling a satisfied smile on his face. With this body, I am enough to set foot on the top of the universe again, even stronger than the last life. But this body is too weak now. I have to think of a way to transform this body to become stronger, only if it is achieved. Otherwise, it is a violent celestial thing. Jian Shuang murmured to himself, then reached out and pulled out the Wu weapon sword, looked at his head and shook his head. Then, let's start by strengthening this sword. Sword Wu Shuang stepped into the third floor of the hall, where there are countless arable rules and treasures and refining materials. Well, the evil dragon's fangs, the chaotic cold iron, the cosmic geocenter, the essence of the stars. One piece is enough to place the sensational materials of the extreme refiner outside, and they are shot into the hands of sword warriors. If you look closely, there are at least 100 pieces. Sword Wushuang then nodded slightly cross-legged and sat down cross-legged, took out the Wu-crying Excalibur, and whispered, "Refine." In that moment, a black fire of God condensed in front of him and burned the void. A game that belongs to Jian Wushuang's biggest ever it has begun. Inside the main hall on the second floor of the Terra ruins, Sword Wushuang sat cross-legged. In front of him, a cluster of black magical fires burned the void, and in that magical fire, Wu Wei's magical sword continued to melt and reshape pieces of superb materials. Although it was Jian Wushuang or Qing Shuzi who could see it before, they couldn't take it away. But now they are grabbed by Jian Shuang from the second floor of the hall and thrown into the black magic fire. Among them It was then refined into Wu Weeping Sword to improve the rank. Time flies. Years go by. 100 years passed. It's done. Sword warriors spread out 5 fingers, and the Wu-crying Excalibur suspended in the air suddenly issued a clear whistle and shot backwards into his hands. Huh! Jian Wushuang stretched out his finger and bounced on the blade. A moment ago, Wu Xing's sword trembled hundreds of millions of times continuously. Under this tremor, the void seemed to tremble. Although this sword has not yet broken through to the level of the Supreme Divine Soldier, it has also reached the limit of the Supreme Rule of Treasures. When it comes to power, it is 1,000 times more powerful than before. Sword warriors pale on the strange face. A smile of satisfaction smirked, and a big wave of his hand immediately put the Wu weapon sword into the ring of heaven and earth. The next step is to elevate this body. A slight contemplation flickered in the eyes of sword warriors, and he turned the ring of Qianquan at will, and a fascination flashed on his face. Fruit of the rule of Chinese goods? Wait, is this 9-leaf sword grass? There was a smile of joy on the face of Jiang Wushuang. For him, a Taoist rule of Taoism is nothing. In the 3rd-tier palace, there are more than one Taoist rule of Taoism, but the 9-leaf sword grass is different. 9-leaf sword grass, but the magic medicine of countless sword cultivation dreams. It contains the understanding of the origin of Kendo. It is the beginning of the chaos of the universe. The most primitive law of Kendo has an incredible magical effect for any sword practitioner. I didn't expect this junior to have such a chance, let alone, then I will first improve the origin of the Kendo universe. Sword Wushuang swallowed the 9-leaf sword grass and the Chinese rule of Tao fruit and started a new round promotion. At the same time, the Temple of Life, the supreme temple where Blood Wave Supreme is located. Presumptuous. The Blood Wave Supreme, who was closing her eyes, was suddenly opened. Her face flashed with anger. Blood Wave, what happened? Beside him, the Great Axe frowned and asked, He is the best friend of dozens of chaos ages, and he has rarely seen such annoyance, and his heart is confused. Sword unparalleled, something happened. Bloodwave Supreme said slowly, What are you talking about? Jushin Supreme was shocked, but he knew how much Bloodwave Supreme valued and looked forward to Jian Wushuang. Even himself, a perfect life with such high talents and incredible potential, the Temple of Life has never been seen since its creation. I left the imprint of the shield on Sword Warrior's armor, and it was erased. Bloody Supreme's face was gloomy, and a trace of icy murderousness overflowed from his eyes. The giant axe heard a flash of light, and he knew the mark of the bodyguard that the blood wave had left in the swordless warframe. It can be said that with the mark, no one except the Supreme can hurt the sword unparalleled. This is why the Supreme Master of Blood Wave dared to let Jian Wushuang go to the terrestrial ruins in the realm of the 4th level. But now, the Supreme Blood Wave told him that the mark of the Protector had been wiped away. What is that concept? In the ruins of Morfinatello, there is a supreme failure. Taking a deep breath, the giant axe said in a deep voice, Blood Wave, the mark of the Protector has been erased, does not mean that Jian Wushuang has fallen. We might as well go to the Temple of Lives lamp to see the life left by Jian Wushuang. Did the magic lamp go out? Chapter 41-64. Second more. The Temple of Life's sacred lamp is a place where practitioners of each Temple of Life leave a mark of life. Whenever the practitioner of the Temple of Life falls, the lamp of life he left in the Temple of Life lamp will go out. Well, Hshuan Supreme nodded his head. He had made a plan in his heart. If Jian Wushuang really died in the ruins of Tailuo, then no matter who killed Jian Wushuang, no matter what his background, he would kill him. After a while, the two came to the Temple of Life lamp. and saw the lamp of life, which belongs to Jian Wushuang. It was a bronze ancient lamp, and the lights on it were much weaker than the turbulent lights on other ancient lamps, but the supreme master of blood and the great axe saw each other with relief. Fortunately, although the sword of Wushuang's magic lamp of life is faint, it has not been completely extinguished. At least it means that he is still alive. The great axe began. Bloody Supreme's originally gloomy face that could drip water slowed down when he saw it and coldly hummed. Fortunately, he didn't die otherwise. When Bloodwave Supreme said this, he paused. Okay, since Jian Wushuang hasn't died, let him handle it all by himself. I believe he has his own good fortune, and we don't need to intervene. Giant Axe smiled comfortably. Bloodwave Supreme nodded. And then the figures gradually disappeared and disappeared into the lamp hall of life. Taro Ruin's second floor. Sword Warriors is sitting cross-legged, continually refining the 9-leaf sword grass and the Taoist principles of Chinese goods. The scent of Kendo's origin and the laws of the universe, like a ball, wrapped him in it. At the same time, in the depth of Jian Wushuang's soul, a true consciousness belonging to Jian Wushuang slowly woke up. Sure enough, dormant is the best option. The consciousness belonging to Jian Wushuang was instantly sober, and the tide-like memories gradually poured into him. The consciousness of Jian Wushuang instantly understood everything. The level of Wu weapons Excalibur has been raised to the extreme of the treasure of the law. The consciousness formed by the sword consciousness narrowed his eyes, and the idea that he originally intended to regain his house was pressed by him. He could feel that the people who had taken his body were trying to improve his body by all means, and the level of hard work made him feel ashamed. In this case, it is not urgent for the time being. Jian Wushuang's conscious Bodhi's eyes flashed. He made a decision instantly, and watched its changes first. The sword spirit of this Tai Luo divine sword carried the remnant thoughts of Tai Luo Supreme Sword. At the beginning, he also went to the north to battle with Tai Luo Supreme. His knowledge was extraordinary. However, although this sword spirit is well-informed, but the sword that he is facing is unparalleled, it is difficult to see a perfect life in an era in the universe. For the perfect life, this sword spirit knows something. For example, he knows perfect life develop your own innate advantages to the extreme, and your own divine strength can reach 10,000 times that of ordinary practitioners. But there are some extremely secretive things this sword spirit but do not know. For example, the unique immortal body possessed by perfect life fully integrates the origin of its soul into the divine power. Only if the divine power is not completely annihilated, it will not die. Because of this, in terms of soul, Sword Unparalleled is invincible. In the past, Demon Flame also attempted to take the house of Jian Wushuang, and his soul power was far more powerful than the original Jian Wushuang. But the end result was that the magic flame was directly reduced to a sword unparalleled slave. No one can deal with perfect life from the soul side. This sword spirit exerted the same means of looting against Jian Wushuang. It seems that he now occupies Jian Wushuang's deity and occupies all of Jian Wushuang. But in fact, it was Jian Wushuang who deliberately let him control his own body, and his own consciousness had long been dormant. No way, he can only do so. If this sword spirit is too terrible, knowing that robbing a house is useless to himself, maybe the sword spirit will directly drain all his divine power and vitality, and then he will really die. Now that the Tai Luo Excalibur sword spirit not only robs him, but also thinks of ways to improve his strength after he thinks he has succeeded, Jian Wushuang naturally enjoys it. I'd like to see what step can he take to improve my strength. Jian Wushuang's consciousness murmured to himself, and then this consciousness was completely integrated with his own divine power, no matter what it was. How clever the magic sword and sword spirit means We can never find the existence of his consciousness. One thought, thousands of mountains. In a heartbeat, the whole world changed. This vast universe never stops because of who it is. Fighting in the universe is there all the time, and the battles in the Taro ruins have never stopped. But in the blink of an eye, the years went away for 1,000 years. In a void fissure, the second floor of the Taro ruins, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, and in those eyes that were as deep as swirls, there was a flamboyant ghost fire beating. Ha ha ha, God bless me. I never imagined that the talent of this junior's body in Kendo was so high. In just 1,000 years, I realized the origin of Kendo universe and reached the 3rd level. Sword Wushuang stretched out 5 fingers, covered his face, and laughed. He is just a sword spirit. Before, he did not have the consciousness of Kendo. After he controlled the body of Jian Wushuang, he naturally mastered everything that Jian Wushuang understood, and Jian Wushuang's previous understanding of the origin of Kendo universe has reached the double is almost complete. In this millennium, because of the 9-leaf sword grass, he not only reshaped the former Tailor Supreme Taro Kendo, but also pushed Taro Kendo to the 3rd level of Kendo's origin in one fell swoop. In addition, the effect of the Chinese rule of law is also not small, and his perception of the laws of the universe has been greatly improved. Even the rules of heaven and earth have benefited a lot. The 8th rule of heaven and earth has already been, there are signs of convergence. It seems to be back to the top. It is just around the corner. This universe is destined to belong to the era of my Taro. Sword Warriors has a weird smile. He has begun to imagine that after he has mastered the body thoroughly and put in everything that the body has, he will have a beautiful blueprint in the universe. When I want to come, must be wonderful. Jian Wushuang squeezed his chin and looked confident. With this body in existence, why worry he can't cross the universe? Quartet. At this moment, his future essence is still unknown, but in the depth of his soul, Jian Wushuang's conscious body, his expression is extremely exciting. Chapter 4165. The first is more. Is this guy serious? Jian Wushuang's heart was strange. For a whole 1,000 years, he looked at this terrible remnant like a diligent, hard-working, and cultivating old cow controlling his body and trying everything possible to improve himself every minute and every second strength. Jian Wushuang's body of consciousness is becoming more and more determined. It is right that he chose to dormant temporarily. Without this guy, if he wants his strength to be improved so quickly, what year of the monkey is he waiting for? This remnant of Tai Luo is simply a gift from heaven to him and has helped him to improve his strength. Of course, the premise of all this is that he is a perfect creature like a feather in the universe. And it is also because this sword spirit does not fully understand the perfect life. In this soul, as a perfect creature, he only needs to move his mind to start a counterattack against Taro sword spirit, or even kill it. Once this soul is killed, this Taro soul uses everything learned by Jian Wushuang will be taken over by Jian Wushuang without hindrance, and there will be no discomfort. Because this is what his own body understands. Soul overseas. Well, now, in all aspects, it has almost reached the peak of this body. The next breakthrough is only a matter of course. Jian Wushuang held his chin for a while, then said to himself, it's almost time to go out, but these things can't be dropped before going out. Thinking of this, sword warriors went straight to the 4th floor and put that Terra sword code into the ring. Immediately afterwards, he went to the 3rd and 2nd layers again and collected countless magic drugs and magical treasures into the ring of Qian Kuan. On the 1st floor, however, this remnant of Tai Luo just received 5 cosmic source stones, almost 50 million pieces, which made the sword unparalleled consciousness in the Sea of Souls a pity. At the same time, he was ready. As soon as the Taro remnant left the void in the void, he would immediately kill the Taro remnant and regain control of the body. 3 days later, residual spirit of Tai Luo, driving Jian Wushuang's body, came to the 2 demon statues on the 5th floor outside the hall. Hundreds of chaos ages have finally disappeared here, and finally I found a suitable body and left this ghost place. Sword Warriors laughed, pressing his palm against the head of the statue on the left. Rumble! Instantly, a huge vortex like a black hole appeared in the void. Swords of Wushuang stepped hard and shot at this huge vortex in an endless laugh. Inside the Taro ruins, on the bank of a river, 2 forces are facing each other. It is more appropriate to say that it is a hunting. On one side is a hunting squad formed by 6 ultimate masters, who are dedicated to killing the ultimate masters who are single or weak in the Taro ruins, similar to those of the Chiba gods and Zedong masters. On the other side, there are 2 ultimate masters who have placed orders. They are full of gods, and there is a potential for collapse. If there are no ultimate masters who are surrounded by the 6, there seems to be no fear. Ultimately dominate the strangulation. The master of the stars, the master of the heavens, hand over the cold iron stone. We can guarantee that you too will leave. A hunting squad, a big man holding a double hammer and a braid on his back, said. The 2 people who were hunted heard the news, and they suddenly laughed loudly as if they had heard some funny jokes. Ha 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 ha. Agalo, if you are kidding a child, you still use it to lie to a ghost. The star of the 2 dismissed him, and he knew in his heart that if the hunting team did not care about him destroying it before he died, the cold iron stone had already shot and killed the 2. Why would there be so much nonsense with them? Whenever they faithfully agreed, they surrendered the cold iron stone obediently, fearing that they would soon face a storm-like attack. I don't know how. Immediately, the little braided man's face sank, and the killer flashed. In this case, the master of the stars and the master of heaven, you can't blame our cruelty. Kill. Suddenly, this team is dominated by the 6 ultimate hunting and killing teams, transformed into 6 gods, and attack towards the 2. Rumble. At this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly changed, and the void seemed to be torn from a mouth. This mouth was first a small black spot. Then, the black spot gradually expanded, and gradually it turned into a huge vortex filled with dark clouds and lightning. Well, this seed is finally out. A wild laughter sounded abruptly. The hunting squad, which had been turned into the 6 gods to the Star Master and the heavenly host, immediately stopped and looked up at the whirlpool in shock. The Lord of the Stars and the Lord of the Heavens could not help but look up at the sky. Call out. I saw a black streamer radiating from the black vortex instantly, standing in front of them in the endless mad laughter. Who is this? The hunting team and the 2 masters of Xingdou and Tiansu were shocked. They had never heard of who in Taro's ruins could tear the space, let alone walk out of the void crack. The black streamer gradually dissipated, and the exposed figure was a young man in black with a grim expression. Who is he? The divine power on his body fluctuates, as if it only seems to control the 4th series. All 8 were puzzled. The original shock was a little slow as they discovered that the young man only had the 4th level to dominate the cultivation. Hey, it's hundreds of times of chaos. This seat finally breathed fresh air. The young man in black stretched his waist first, and then licked the corner of his mouth greedily. This person is the Sword Wushuang, who is controlled by the Tai Luo Excalibur. Boy, who are you? A cold hum sounded. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked sideways and saw a big man holding 2 sledgehammers and a braid on his back, looking at him with a mischievous face. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face suddenly became cold, and he said, Anance, are you talking to this seat? When the little braided man heard the words, he was very angry and smiled. The other masters also looked strange to the extreme. "Are you a master of the fourth level? Dare to call me a gnat?" The little braid's eyes flickered with maggots. Although he did not know where the young man in black came from, the cultivation was real, and a fourth-level master of the area was not taken into account by him at all. "Oh, seeing you like this, do you want to do something with this seat? Do you know whose territory is this?" Sword of Sword, beating fiercely, smiled vaguely. Chapter 4166. The second is even more. Pretend to be a ghost. The little braided man snorted, then lifted the sledgehammer with both hands and smashed his head at the sword Wushuang, dead. Seeing the situation that day, the host and the Star Master couldn't help sighing in their hearts. The two had already died, and there was no doubt that there would be someone else who would die in front of them. Light of Fireflies, dare to compete with Jiaoyue? Sword warriors pulled out a cruel arc and whispered with a strange whisper, "Okay, just use your blood to witness the name of my warriors." Huh! Suddenly, sword warriors suddenly drew a sword, and a sword that was completely out of the sword warrior burst out. A demon-like red mang was chopped out of the Wu Weeping sword and chopped down towards the little braided big man. At this moment, the 8 people present seemed to hear the cry of the gods and the mourning of heaven. This is not the power of the sword unparalleled, but the power of the tailored Excalibur itself. This power! How is it possible? The little braided man roared incredulously and raised his double hammers to resist. However, before he finished his sentence, the red man suddenly passed over him. A weird scene happened. The little braided man was not split in two by a sword, but the majestic body dried up quickly at the speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the little braided man was completely drained by the sword and turned directly into a dead body. A cold wind blew through, and the bronze deity turned into numerous powders and went away with the wind. With one sword, the ultimate dominator is destroyed. Seeing the situation, the 7 people all took a sigh of cold air, and their faces were full of astonishment. They looked with horror at sword warriors, and saw that sword warriors had drained the little braided man's energy from his sword, and his pale face suddenly burst into a scarlet red. What kind of monster is this? The 5 people who hunted the squad looked at each other, and they could see the raging waves in their eyes. The strength of the little braided man, they know very well, not to mention that he is the invincible level of the ultimate dominator, but it can also be regarded as a genuine top ultimate master. As a result, he was dominated by the 4th level in front of him. Well, the taste of divine power is really delicious. Jian Wushuang issued a low-smile smirk, and then looked again at the remaining 5 masters of the hunting team, a greedy flash in his eyes. "Come all together as the soul of my sword, to witness the Wu sword reputation." Boom! With a loud noise, the battle broke out, if it is the sword's deity. And facing these 5 ultimate masters at the same time, I am afraid it will not be so easy, but unfortunately, they are now facing the Taro Excalibur that deterred the sky 10,000 years ago. Even the Squad King Squad and Taishu Shensi King Suzi fell into the hands of the Terra Excalibur. From this we can see how powerful the Terra Excalibur is. An overwhelming amount of evil and overbearing power overflowed. The 5 ultimate masters did not have much capital to compete with, and there was no chance of escape. In just a moment, all of the 5 ultimate masters died in the hands of Sword Muzu. The redness on the face of Jian Wushuang is more and more evil. There are still 2 little bugs. Jian Wushuang bent his waist, slowly looking at the Star Master and Heaven Master's eye, and stretched out his scarlet tongue, licking the corner of his mouth greedily. Senior, the 2 of us have no intention of offending." The Star Master and Heaven Host saw the symptoms, and suddenly a cold air rushed straight from the spine to the top of the head, and the roots of the teeth were trembling with fright. Where is this fourth level master? The fourth level of domination can kill the ultimate, such as pigs and dogs. No offense. Jian Wushuang laughed strangely and immediately moved his steps toward the two. A demon-like hegemonic sword engulfed them in a square inch of land under their feet. The Star Master and the heavenly host slaughtered under this demon-like hegemonic sword. They couldn't even take a simple step down. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to reach out their big hands and press them on their heads, suddenly, Sword Warrior suddenly covered her head. Her features were extremely distorted, and she snarled in pain, "No way! How could you not be dead?" Deep in Jian Wushuang's soul, his true consciousness slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, "Taro, it's time to give me back my body." At this moment, Tai Luo Jianling was shocked to realize that his control of this body was gradually getting out of control. All the magical powers in his body turned out to be like a mutiny. Ha! Jian Wushuang was covering his head. His expression was distorted because of pain, and a horrible sound wave unlike humans was emitted in his mouth. "What's the matter?" Star Master and Heaven Host Jay saw the situation and couldn't help but start a shock and glanced at each other. There must be something wrong with this monster. Leave him alone. Let's run away. The two immediately made a decision, seeing that the evil sword that suppressed them was gradually weakening, and suddenly stepped hard out of the restrictions, quickly shot away from the distance without looking back. Taro Sword Spirit, who controls the body of Swordless Sword, has no time to take care of it at this moment. He is kneeling on the ground, clutching his face, and painfully miserable. "No, I am Terra Sword Spirit. Swordless, you can't kill me." The face of Jiang Wushuang was full of panic. He actually found out that the body was gradually out of control, and his consciousness was annihilating at a very fast speed. At home, Jian Wushuang's soul is like a battlefield between two armies. One side is Jian Wushuang's consciousness, and the other is Tai Luo Jianling. It originally eroded almost half of Tai Wujian's soul. It is dying fast at a rate of ebb tide. In the sea of soul, the body of consciousness formed by the sword consciousness of the sword said lightly, "Sword Spirit, don't say that you are just a remnant left after the death of Tai Luo Supreme, attached to the Tai Luo Excalibur. Even if it is true Taro Supreme is here, and it is impossible to take me away. I've obviously taken you away, and your soul has been completely annihilated by me. Why? Why haven't you died?" In the soul of Jian Wushuang, a dark golden demon sword is sending out a terrifying howl. This is exactly the Luo Sword Spirit. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, and he would not explain the unique immortal body of the perfect creature to him, and said lightly, "Sword Spirit, you should never choose to take me away. If you completely remove me, the magic drains, and you may really succeed. Unfortunately, there has never been any in this world, so annihilate it." Chapter 4167. Third more. With Jian Wushuang's right hand pressed lightly, stunned, countless divine power rushed towards the dark golden demon sword inside his soul. No, the sword spirit was terrified. If anyone saw Jian Wushuang at this time, it would be absolutely startled. I saw Jian Wushuang half kneeling on the ground with both hands on the ground. That face was like changing his face. His expression became distorted and crazy, and his expression became calm and cold. Two different personalities are fighting for the body. In his throat, it was as if two people were talking, sometimes emitting terrifying sound waves that were not human, and sometimes calm and calm, as if they were telling a logical thing. After Ayaka time passed, Jian Wushuang's expression calmed down completely. He sat down with his knees closed and slowly closed his eyes. Next moment, I am swordless. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes suddenly, and the hollowness and treacherous fire in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by the calmness like the deep sea. That Taro sword spirit just persisted for less than a moment and was completely killed by his soul consciousness. The memory of Tai Luo Jian Ling was also absorbed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also fully understood what this Tu Luo Jianling is. This Taro sword spirit is a stubborn remnant thought of hundreds of chaos prehistoric times after Taro Supreme died. As time slowly passed, 10,000 years ago, this stigma of resentment gradually gained an autonomous consciousness and controlled the Taro Excalibur placed on the 5th floor and became the Taro sword spirit. The Tai Luo divine sword, under the influence of this stubborn lingering thought, has slowly become a downright magic sword. With the birth of autonomous consciousness, ambition is like a seed buried in the soil, which gradually takes root and sprouts. This Taro sword spirit is no longer willing to settle in Taro's ruins. He wants to re-enter the top of the universe and get back his glory. Therefore, 10,000 years ago, the ruins of Thera appeared. It is not so much that the Taro ruins were discovered, but it is Taro sword spirit who deliberately controlled its birth. For a time, the whole universe was turbulent, and all major forces sent top powerhouses. This Taro sword spirit was afraid that the Supreme found his existence, and even knew that if the Supreme entered the ruins, he would not be able to take possession and control. The threshold was placed at the level of domination. As a result, the top dominated the fish, and he chose the King of the Wind at the time. Therefore, he was taken away by the King of the Wind, and the team of the King of the Wind was even devoured by the power of the Taro Excalibur. Unfortunately, although the King of the Wind is the leader in the ultimate domination, the talent cannot satisfy him at all. He understands that with the talent of the King of the Wind, he can never reach the top of the universe. Therefore, he continued to wait until the battle between Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi, a full 300,000 sword chi erupted, completely attracted him. Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi did follow his guess and entered the 2nd floor of the Taro ruins and stepped closer to him. He calculated every step accurately, but counted thousands of times, but did not count the secret of Jian Wushuang as a perfect soul. In the end, everything he did was thrown away, and he made a wedding dress for Jian Wushuang in vain. This time it's just my life. Jian Wushuang raised his head and smiled bitterly. Even though it was him, he couldn't help secretly rejoice. If it wasn't for the time when he was taken away, he would immediately choose to dormant temporarily and make the illusion of being completely taken away by Tai Luo sword spirit. Then he would only be completely drained by Tai Luo sword spirit and fall on the 2nd floor of the Taro ruins. However, this time, although it is dangerous, the gain is also huge. Thinking of this, the joy in Jian Wushuang's eyes was a bit uncontrollable. It can be said that this encounter was nothing but a great fortune to him. He can clearly feel that his understanding of the origin of kendo has been greatly improved, and he has reached the 3rd level. You must know that this level can already be compared to those who are good at kendo, and the 9-leaf sword grass that contains the original kendo essence of the universe has not completely disappeared. Jian Wushuang has the 9-leaf sword grass that contains the kendo essence of the essence. You can go one step further. It is needless to say that other understandings of the laws of the universe and the improvement of the ranks of Wu weapon sword, today's sword unparalleled, although he is not yet broken through the 5th level of domination, but his strength still has greatly improved compared to before. With the painstaking efforts of Tai Luo Jianling to improve for him, his strength has completely obtained a qualitative huge leap. If he were to meet Qing Shuzi again at this moment, Jian Wushuang can be sure that he absolutely does not need to run away anymore. He only needs to show the dragon's secret. Surgery. You can easily compete with Qing Shuzi. Even the outcome is difficult to say. In other words, Jian Wushuang's current combat power is also almost invincible without revealing his whole cards. Once he plays some whole cards such as Dragon Mystery, Talented Magic, etc., he is definitely the ultimate master. Invincible strong. Among the masters who can be stronger than him, it is estimated that there are only monsters such as Zhujiawang. In addition, compared to these improvements in strength, what really makes Jian Wushuang ecstatic is the Taro sword in his god. Sword warriors looked inside slightly and saw that his body was dark gold, the blade was covered with mysterious runes, and the sword had an exquisite sword that was suspended in a straight line. This is truly the big killer of that famous universe, the Taro Excalibur. This is enough to make the supreme enthusiastic treasure of the universe. Jian Wushuang sighed slightly, not thinking that the greatest opportunity of this Taro ruins fell into his hands under the influence of misery. Xian, Jian Wushuang sighed. His spirits were surging, and the Taro sword was forced out of him. A scourge of heaven and earth, enough to destroy the coercive breath of the stars, was taken invisible from the Taro sword, and the void around it was distorted and broken. The power of this sword is really terrible. The sword is unparalleled. If you can evoke all the power of this sword, www. Novel. It is estimated that it is enough to kill the ordinary supreme. Sword warriors is really beyond imagination. At that time, Tai Luo Supreme held this Excalibur. How powerful was it? It's just a pity that swordsman Wusuo tried it, and now he can't urge this Taro Excalibur at all. His immense power, after entering the Taro Excalibur, was like a mud ox entering the sea, and even a ripple could not be stirred. I am afraid that only when he is promoted to dominate the 5th level, or when he finally dominates the realm, is it possible to motivate this 1,000th of the power of the Taro Excalibur. This could not help disappointing Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4168. The first is more. Also, if I am now, I can control the power of this Taro sword, but it is easy for me to become dependent, and not good for future growth. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Although disappointed, he was not too depressed. Just when Jian Wushuang planned to put the Tai Luo divine sword into the ring of Qian Kuan, his expression was stunned. Can't fit in? He actually found out that the Qian Kuan ring could not hold the Taro Excalibur at all. If it was forced to melt, the Qian Kuan ring would only be torn by the destruction sword sent out by the Terra Excalibur. It's a bit troublesome. The sword's eyes flickered. The sacred sword was so famous that someone in the universe would inevitably know it. If he wobbled around with the sacred sword, it would be tantamount to lighting a lantern in the toilet and dying. The innocence of the husband and the guilty conviction, Jian Wushuang still understands. I remember that there was a Fengshen vine in the 2nd floor of the Terra ruins, which was placed in the ring of Qiankuan by the Tyla sword spirit. That Fengshen vine can seal all the breath on the treasure. Jian Wushuang thought for a while, and suddenly looked bright, and found an ancient and vast vine in the ring of Qiankuan. Speaking of which, in the unparalleled Qiankuan ring of the sword, the heavens and earth are gathered together. In addition to the 5 cosmic source stones stacked into a hill, the top magic drugs and materials are countless. Although this Fengshen Fang is a rare treasure outside the world, it can be used to make the top quality rule treasure. But in the sword ring of the current sword and warrior, it is just a common god. Seal. The sword Wushuang sang softly. And for a while, the ancient vine skyrocketed, winding the Taro Excalibur layer by layer, revealing only the hilt of the sword. The sharp destruction of the Taro Excalibur suddenly disappeared, and when viewed from afar, it looked like an ordinary ancient sword. Jian Wushuang saw this, nodded with satisfaction, and carried it behind him. Next, it's time to learn about the Torah sword. But before that, some things need to be dealt with first. Jian Wushuang whispered to himself, and then looked at a certain direction in the distance. His eyes flashed through the killing. The Star Master and Heaven Master must die. Otherwise, he was upset. Although he asked the Star Master and Heaven Master, he didn't know anything about him, and only knew that he came from a void in the void. But in case the two of them leaked this, it would be unavoidable that some caring people would guess what. When the sword is unparalleled, maybe it will be a disaster. Although all this is just a speculation by Jian Wu, but only 1 in 10,000 chances, Jian Wushuang will choke this seed in the cradle. Jian Wushuang stepped hard with his right foot, and the whole man suddenly rose into the sky, chased away in the direction of the Star Master and the heavenly host. Bang! Jian Wushuang stepped into the sky 1 step at a time, 1 step faster than 1 step, and finally the whole person suddenly turned into a horizontal thunder between heaven and earth. Above a high altitude, the wind was fierce. The Star Master and Heaven Master's eye were rushing until they had hurried thousands of kilometers away from the riverside, and they were only slightly relieved. There must be something wrong with that monster, and it is estimated that it will catch up at 1:30. There was a hint of glee in the eyes of the Star Dominator. The Lord of the Stars, this is the way of the mountain without death. I thought it would be dead. Unexpectedly, under the turn of the peak, the two of us even lucked out a life. The world often says that there will be blessings if we do not die. It is estimated that our opportunities are also good. It's almost here. Tianju's eye smiled back. He escaped from his death, and his mood was a little better, and he even made a joke. The Lord of the Stars nodded his head, then shook his head again, with a look of worry in his eyes. We better not be too happy. The monster is a bit weird. Maybe we will chase us. Oh! Master Tian heard the words, remembering the scene when Jian Wushuang slaughtered and hunted the squad, with a dignified expression in his eyes. Stars, what should we do next? The Lord of the Stars thought for a while, took a deep breath, and a decisive flash in his eyes. Tenju, we spread the news of the monster. After all, the monster came from the space directly in the ruins. This represents there may be another entrance to this Taro ruins. I believe that there will be someone interested in this Taro ruins. By that time, presumably the monster himself is too busy taking care of himself. Where else is there time to take care of us? Tian Zhuai heard the words and immediately nodded in agreement. The Lord of the Stars continued, Let's go. I remember the south is where Jinan King is. We can first tell this news to Jinan King, and with the nature of Jinan King, I will certainly be interested. As the Lord of the Stars said, he planned to sweep south of the Tail ruins. In his eyes, there was a retreat, and he made plans in his heart, and after leaving it, he left the ruins of Tai Luo. In this Taro ruins, the treasures born have become less and less, but the competition has become increasingly fierce. The ultimate masters of his more ordinary strength have no place to stand, so it is better to leave. Just then, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Tenju, what are you doing? The Lord of the Stars also thought that it was the Lord of the Sky who shot him, and could not help but look back. As a result, he suddenly froze all over, like a lightning strike. I saw behind him a cold figure in black, staring blankly at him. You guys, where are you going? A ghostly voice sounded. It's you. In the meantime, the stars dominated the cold, and the eyes were frightened to fall out. How come this monster came so fast? You fled so fast before. Where are you going? Jian Wushuang raised his head taller than him and looked down at him with a smile. The Star Master took a deep breath, Jizongsheng's Hengshi. His eyes turned, and he quickly laughed. Senior, I just wandered around, and then left this Taro ruins. I do not intend to go. Really? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and said, "Nothing." Of course, yes, there are a lot of ultimate dominating top powers in this Taro ruins. I'm just one of the most insignificant. Naturally, I don't continue to blend in with self-knowledge. The Star Master shrank his head and grinned. He had already been frightened by Jian Wushuang, controlled by Tai Luo sword spirit, killing the 6 ultimate masters by one person, and at the moment when he saw Jian Wushuang, there was still the idea of daring to resist. At this time, "Xingdou, hurry up, I just sent a message to King Jinan just now." The voice of Heavenly Master Zhai walking in front of him suddenly came over. Chapter 4169, Second More. Kenan King's patience has always been bad, so let's not delay, otherwise what if the monster chases after him? The voice of the host continued to sound. For a moment, the Star Master's mouth widened, and he stretched his fingers tremblingly to point to the host's back, shaking his head while looking at Jian Wushuang. "Before, Senior, listen to me and explain, what is the name of the King of the South and the King of the North? I don't understand what he is talking about." The star dominated the forehead and hurriedly explained to the sword Wushuang. "However, he hasn't finished waiting. I saw the heavenly host who was walking in front of me and did not get a response." He continued to speak in doubt. "Star, what's the matter with you? You asked to go to Jinan King and told him to tell him about the monster. Why do you stop now?" The Lord of the Stars heard the words, and he couldn't help it. The next moment, he noticed that his brows were slightly wrinkled and the murderous sword Wushuang was flowing out of his eyes. His forehead was leaping with blue tendons, and he looked fiercely at the host's back. He yelled and said, "Heaven host, when did I say this?" Then, "I do even know who the king of the south of the town is, and am looking for him. You guys don't talk nonsense." This sentence was stunned by the star's domineering atmosphere, and even the sword Wushuang almost believed it. The heavenly host who walked in front of him was startled by the roar that sounded like a thunder, and immediately struck a spirit. Immediately, there was a rage on his face, and he looked back angrily and said, "Star, could it be that the magic is not done? You don't even remember what you said. Get. Before he finished speaking, he widened his eyes and remained dumb, and the words in his mouth became unconsciously repeated. I saw a young man with black hair and black next to the Star Master, looking down at him with no expression. When did this monster come? Next moment, Heavenly Host Jay suddenly returned to God, his lips trembling. "Predecessors and seniors, all this is not my business. It was the guy from Xingdou who urged me to go to the king of Jinan and said that he would make your affairs public." As soon as this remark was made, Jian Wushuang hadn't said anything yet, but the Star Master was dark before his eyes, almost fainted. "Damn you it!" The stars dominated with anger and anger. Just then, Jian Wushuang finally spoke, faintly. "Whether you go to the King of the South or not, it doesn't matter whether it was proposed by any of you, because the results are the same." "Huh!" A sword screamed into the sky. Wu Weeping's sword appeared instantly in the hands of Jian Wushuang, and the sword flashed across his eyes. "Don't bother fighting. Let's die together." Boom! Suddenly, the sword unparalleled draws a sword, a fascinating red mountain, like Xinghe rewinds, fiercely splits towards the Star Master and the Heaven Host Master. "Tenju, do it!" The Star Master looked at this sword that swept the world and suddenly shouted, "Tear it!" He didn't dare to have the slightest reservation. He flipped his hands, and a roll of Xingatu appeared in front of him instantly. This volume of the Xinghe map rose in the wind, and in just a few breaths, it reached the point where the sky was blocked. The 18 stars in this galaxy map are enough to form an extremely strong defense force. Even if the invincible power in the ultimate dominator comes, it will not be broken for a while. In the several chaotic eras in which he obtained this volume of the Shingha map, it is unknown how many times a crisis. It is this volume of the Shingha map that saved his life. It can be said that it is precisely because of the existence of this Shingha map that the stars are dominated. Only with the ultimate strength in the realm of the ultimate domination, they dare to come to the ruins of Tai Luo. However, the Shingha chart at this time is already full of scars, and there is a possibility of breaking at any time. How much defense power is left? Even the stars dominate their hearts. This volume of the Shingha map has saved the Star Dominion too many times and is already overwhelmed. Looking at the sky that came across the sky, like the swordman of the universe, the Star Dominator clenched his fists, looked sideways at the map of Shingha blocking in front of him, and said quietly, "Old man, help me this time. You must survive." Huh. Suddenly, this swordman hacked on the Shingha map at a very fast speed. Click, click. Suddenly, Jianmong held back a little and finally stalemate with the volume of Shingha Tuesday. The volume of the Shingha map was a nasty clicking sound. Jian Wushuang saw this. His eyes flickered and his brows raised. He is now carrying 2 Excaliburs at the same time, and although it is only the Wu Cry Excalibur that is pulled out at this moment, the Wu Cry Excalibur has been elevated to the extreme of the rule of treasure. The law of the universe is also skyrocketing. Although Jian Wushuang is still the 4th level dominator, his strength is no longer what it used to be. According to common sense, the general ultimate dominator is facing the sword unparalleled, and only the instant spike. Unexpectedly, the Star Dominator could block him with a sword with the volume of Shingha map in his hand. This volume of Shingha map looks like a superb defensive treasure, but the internal structure in this volume of Shingha map has been severely damaged and it cannot support a few swords. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly, looked at the Lord of the Stars, and chopped down a sword again. A senseless struggle. Boom! Wu Weiss Excalibur trembled hundreds of millions of times. Instantly a voice similar to the cry of the gods, crying, the voice of the Buddha and the demon, came out from the Wu Weeping Excalibur. A swordman 100 times stronger than just now split again. This sword is like tearing a hole in the sky, and the huge galaxy that covers the sky, and the sun is cracked like a spider web. Click, click. Cracks spread across the galaxy, as if to break it apart. Bang, bang. And the 18 connected stars on that galaxy map are bursting one after another. Finally, in the horrifying gaze of the Star Dominator, this volume of the galaxy map collapsed directly and exploded into countless pieces of debris, and the sword mantle that rips the lightning in the night splits again towards the Star Master. Do not! In a roar, this sword directly smashed the body dominated by the stars, destroying everything. The current sword is unparalleled, not to compete with the King of the 9 Calamities, but it can definitely be called a giant arm in the ultimate master. There is still one. Jian Wushuang beheaded the Star Master, and his expression did not change any emotions. He looked faintly at the distant heaven host. Escape. On the strength of the host that day, it was not as good as the Star Master. At this moment, when he saw that the Star Master was only under 2 swords, he was buried in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Where did he dare to have half the courage to fight? Suddenly, he quickly blasted away. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm. His toes were slightly lighter, and he swept across thousands of miles in an instant, appeared behind the host, and pointed into a sword, splitting his head toward the host. Jinnan King, come and save me. I have a big secret to tell. Before dying, the host exhausted all his strength and desperately shouted, "The second is a little bit late. Please forgive me." Chapter 4170, Court Death. The sword flickered in the eyes of Jian Wu. His fingers were like swords, and he severely chopped on the skull of Heavenly Host. Huh! There was no hindrance at all. A bloodline appeared at the position of the heavenly host's eyebrow, and then the heavenly host's body broke apart from the middle, and it was directly cut by the sword Wushuang, one finger. This doesn't stop. Jian's eyes are cold, and a sharp and overbearing sword in his hand explodes to the extreme, and once again crushes every divine power of the host to ashes. Heavenly host slaughtered, completely annihilated. After doing all of this, Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back. His expression changed for a while, and he didn't expect that the person would finally let the news out. Nothing. It is expected that the king of the south of the town can't guess anything based on this sentence alone. Even if he really noticed something, it wouldn't matter. It would be a big war. Jian Wushuang shook his head, no longer thinking. Anyway, with his current strength, even if facing up to the king of the south of the town, not to mention victory, but Jian Wushuang can be determined that he will never be under that town of the south. The priority now is to improve our strength. As long as the strength is strong, even if everyone knows that I have a big secret in it, then what? Jian Wu's eyes flickered for a while. Then he stepped on his feet and walked away. At the same time, in a palace complex not far away, King Jinan wore a red robe like blood, and his hair braided in small pigtails was scattered on his back. His eyes were slightly closed, and he sat barefoot on a main seat. Under him, an armor guard with a spear and heavy armor stood respectfully. This armor guard was the last armor guard left when he besieged King Nine Calamities 1,000 years ago. Master Wang, the general has just heard the voice of Heavenly Master Jia, saying there is a big secret to tell. God Jiawei whispered. After hearing the words, King Jinan slowly opened his eyes and said lightly, "My king heard it, and my king could sense that the breath of the two guys, Tiansu and Xingdou, had disappeared, and they wanted to be killed." God Jiawei heard the words, raised his head, and wondered, "Master, is it true that Tianfei has rumored that a secret report is true? But what great secrets can he know by his strength?" Jiawu, don't look down on anyone. There are opportunities in this Taro ruins. Who knows what Tiansu and Xingdou found? King Jinan shook his head with a smile, then stood up and said, Come on, let's go and see Tiansu." Yes. God Jiawei's congratulations. Should be. After a while, the two came to the sky where the host of the sky had fallen. "Master, Heavenly Host Jie really fell here." God Jiawei felt the residual breath of Heavenly Host Jie in the void, and could not help but startled. King Jinan didn't answer, but narrowed his eyes. His face flashed a little surprised, and said to himself, "A strong Sordo breath. I remember there is no such strong Sordo master in this ruin." There was a moment of thought in King Zenon's eyes, and he couldn't help thinking, is that the guy who is King Suzy back? As soon as the idea came out, he shook his head again and denied it. King Zuzi's fame is not under him. Although he disappeared for thousands of years, it is not enough that the host and the two do not know him. If King Suzy chased them down, they would definitely tell the taboo. "Wanna come?" This kills the two who dominate the star, and Tiansu, not well known. "Master, what should we do now?" God Jiawei whispered. King Jinan replied, "Go back first, such a mighty kendo atmosphere, and can easily kill the stars and heavens. This person must not be a weak person. The opportunity for the opportunity in the Taro ruins has just begun. Such a character. King Wang will deal with him sooner or later." Yes. They gradually went away. At the same time, a remote corner away from the central area of the Taro ruins, the sword sat cross-legged, sitting in front of his knees. It was the Taro sword code. There is a faint wave of divine power in the Taro sword code, like the aperture. The Taro sword code is wrapped in it. This wave of divine power was left by Tai Luo Supreme that year. It is precisely because of this wave of divine power that this Taro sword classic has gone through hundreds of chaotic periods without half damage. Are there only 5 pages? Jian Wushuang frowned. This Tu Luo Jiandian was not as thick and complicated as he thought. There are only 5 pages in total, and each of these 5 pages corresponds to a kendo magical power. In other words, there are 5 swordsman's supernatural powers recorded in this Tailuo sword classic. Sword unparalleled power, stretched out his right hand, opened the first page. A strong resistance was uploaded from Jian Dian. Although this resistance was strong, it was not harmful. It seemed to just check the reader if he had the strength to inherit his Jian Dian. Jian Wushuang saw a cold hum, and the power of his hands surged. He immediately suppressed this resistance and opened the first page. I saw on the first page of the bronzing paper, a pen sharply wrote a paragraph, introducing the first magical power in the Terra Sword Code. Light will be devoured by darkness, souls will move towards the cold winter, and the sun will eventually fall into the embrace of the night, and the world will thus fall into the deepest darkness. This darkness, its name, Yongyi. Suddenly, the world in front of Jian Wushuang changed. Time seems to be accelerating. Everything around is gradually fading. Flowers and trees are starting to wither. The vitality of all living things in the world is slowly passing away. The stars became dim, and the world seemed to turn into a thick gray. A moment later, the entire universe was plunged into eternal night, and a breath of death, coldness, dryness, and rigidity permeated. There was no light in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The root of all of this is just because of the sword in the mind of Jian Wushuang, who suddenly saw a figure with an unclear appearance and a sword. All darkness is the power of this sword. This sword can deprive all vitality and bring eternal darkness to the world. This sword is called Yongyi. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Jian Wushuang looked at Tailuo Jian like that, without moving, as if falling into the deepest level of enlightenment. In the 10 feet of land around him, black sword-like swordsmen rose up, and then like a large net, densely intertwined to form a large black net ball, sitting cross-legged warriors' sword is wrapped in it. Spring is coming, and autumn is coming. The second year has passed. The color of this black ball became deeper and darker, and even darkness began to spread out, and everything around it was deprived of vitality. This was followed by the third year. Jian Wushuang didn't know when it was up, closed his eyes, and the land around him was turned into a cold and dead place shrouded in darkness. He was completely caught in the deepest level of enlightenment at the center of his body. The 9-leaf sword grass with 7 leaves left was melting and consuming at a very fast rate, and then turned into the consciousness of Kendo, all absorbed by the sword unparalleled. 4th year, 5th year, 6th year. Towards the end of the 7th year, Jian Wushuang finally opened his eyes. Chapter 4171, Second More. At the moment when Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, with him as the center, the darkness of hundreds of miles was broken. One sword becomes a nation, the kingdom of eternal night. In the eyes of Jian Wu, a black mang flashed. For 7 years, with the help of Jui Jianchao not fully absorbed, he finally realized the first kendo magical power of Tailuo Jian Yongyi. This sword goes far beyond the level of magical powers, and even subverts Jian Wushuang's understanding of kendo. Jian Wushuang never imagined that kendo could still be used in this way. Where is this sword? Definitely a thought of the kingdom of God that can be realized only by the use and improvement of kendo. This sword is the most mysterious, most obscure, and most profound sword ever seen in the history of Jian Wushuang. Even with Jian Wushuang's talent for kendo, he has only participated in these 7 years. Realize some fur. It can be said that Jian Wushuang's achievements in kendo today have no way to fully comprehend this kendo magical power. This sword made the sword unparalleled, and I had to be amazed and admit it. That Taro Supreme is worthy of being able to crush the starry sky and shine the everlasting invincible Supreme. Sword warriors is unimaginable. At that time, the Supreme Master Tai Luo enlightened on Kendo. How terrible did he reach in order to realize such a terrible sword? It is no wonder that the Tailor Supreme at that time can be crowned the invincible name of Kendo Supreme since ancient times, and until now, no one can deprive him of this title. For the first time, Jian Wushuang raised a sense of awe at the Tailor Supreme who dominated the universe with his sword. This powerful Taro Supreme, plus a Taro Excalibur enough to destroy the stars, would be such a heroic shore in the universe at that time. But that's the case. He would be killed and fallen in this constant in the Yangxing domain. Even the kingdom of God was erased. Jian Wushuang sighed in disbelief. In these 7 years, the more he realized the sword of Yong Yi, the more he felt the power of Tai Luo Supreme. That is definitely an invincible power who can crush the ancients and make the stars surrender. But is such a strong man actually killed? This makes the sword unparalleled, and I can't help but feel my own smallness and the vastness of this vast universe. There is still a long way to go to practice. Jian Wushuang shook his head, no longer thinking about these things that are far from him, counting it out from entering the 2nd floor of the Terra Ruins to coming out of the Terra Ruins, plus these 7 years, more than 1,000 years have passed. I do indeed know what is happening to Qingfeng, Shunho, and King Jiulong. Thinking of Qingfeng, Shunho, and King Jujia, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. At first, in the Fengyang Gorge, the 3 men were chased by the King of Jinan, the 5 blood ambassadors, and the Master of Yinpeng in order to compete for the elixir that increased the chance of breakthrough. Escape. Find your way. Today, he is returning alive, but he does not know how they are doing. If you want to come, you should be fine. Even with the strength of King Jiucai, even if you can't defeat Zumingshi, Yinpeng, and Jinan King, these people should not kill him. As for Qingfeng, after leaving with me, no one is going to hunt him down unless something unexpected happens. Otherwise, nothing should happen. Stop asking someone to find out. Jian Wu's eyes flashed a thought, and now the greatest opportunity in the Taro Ruins has been obtained by him. His strength has also been greatly improved, so there is no need to stay. However, before leaving, how to say hello to the old people who came with the 2. Jian Wushuang was thinking. Suddenly, a few golden lights across the sky. 1 ultimate master, 3 masters of the 5th series. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. With the birth of the Terra Ruins more and more long, the opportunities in the Terra Ruins are not limited to the ultimate master, and even the 5th level master has also come here. However, the ruins of Tai Luo eventually dominated the whole world, and the lineup of this team in front of Tai Luo is not enough to see, but it can be used to inquire about the news of King Jiulong and Qingfeng Shenhou. The next moment, Jian Wushuang turned over with his right hand and put on a wide black robe. The hood on the black robe stopped most of his face, revealing only his chin. Then he swept forward and came to the 3 in the sky, behind people. Some, "Where are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?" Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Of the 4, the ultimate master is a veteran with a bitch, with a strong spirit, while the other 2 are masters of the 5th level, a young man and a woman. It is restrained, but there is a sense of excitement and curiosity in the eyes. How can I not hold back? It seems that it is following the ultimate master who came to the descendants of the Terra Ruins. Who is it? The old man Xuanzi was shocked, and when he looked back, Jian Shuang's breath was only the 4th level, and he could not help but relax his vigilance slightly. Immediately, a hint of doubt appeared under his eyes. "This little friend, will you stop us?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Sir, do you know the 9 kings of the ruins?" As soon as Jian Wushuang's voice fell, the old man had not spoken yet, and he saw the young girl behind him. His face flashed with excitement and replied, "Coincidentally, is it possible that you went to the king of Jiolong?" Huh. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow and smiled back. "Why, did you go to King Jiuyao?" "Yeah, I heard that the king of 9 calamities is a power of 1 genus and 2 genus in this relic. We are planning to take refuge." The old sister-in-law glared at her with a blame and scolded. "Shaoqing, didn't the old man say, 'Let you be careful in this ruin'?" "Sister Sure, what do you say outside?" The young man next to the girl said with a wry smile. The girl was so yelled at, and suddenly Zizi shrank her head and whispered, "Master, I know." When the old man saw this, he nodded with a cold hum, then turned his eyes to look at Jian Wushuang and faintly replied, "Little friend, there is no secret. There are too many strong people in this ruin, and they kill and plunder. It is difficult for us to gain a foothold here because of the strength of several of us. So I really plan to find a strong man as a backer. The old man and the younger friend, you are the 4th level master and want to come in this Taro ruins. It is also difficult. If you also want to take refuge in King 9 calamities, you can go with us." Jian Wushuang heard it and smiled back. "I'm thinking about it, so I'm in trouble." Anyway, the old man waved his hand indifferently. Immediately, the 4 men, Jian Wushuang and Xuanzi, swept away. Chapter 4172. Along the way, they were not fast, perhaps because Jian Wushuang was only the 4th level dominator. The 2 young and 3 people did not have much defense against him. Therefore, a few people were familiar with each other when they came to the place. Contacted from the conversation, Jian Wushuang gradually learned the identities of the 3 men. The old man, named Water Witch Master, is a veteran ultimate master who has gone through dozens of chaos eras. He is also a top ultimate master in terms of strength. It is much stronger than the Star Master and Heaven Master. The young girl was his apprentice. The young girl was Rangu, and the young girl was Qingxi. These 3 people came from a lonely star field, and in that star field, they could be regarded as a party's overlord, but it was obviously not enough to put it in the Taro ruins. For them, this time to the Taro ruins, they can, although it is good to get the chance, even if it is not available, the Lord of the Water, which can bring his apprentices to the world. The Water Witch Master brought a total of 3 apprentices. However, just 100 years ago, his apprentice was tragically killed by a team of top powers in the ruins. Due to his own shortcomings, he intends to turn to the famous king of 9 calamities in this ruin. However, relying on Jian Wushuang's understanding of Zhu Jiawang, these people's thoughts may be defeated. Blood swords, all forces in the relic, now stand on their feet. Masters like you and us without any root background have no place at all. If you don't rely on some forces, it will only become increasingly difficult to survive. The young man named Rangu sighed. Perhaps it was because they saw Jian Wushuang alone, and they were not so high, so the young man named Rangu inevitably felt a little bit sorry for each other. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and did not refute. Echoing back, the Lord Rangu said. After a moment of pause, Jian Wushuang spoke in front of him and asked, "Rangu is the master. I came to the Terra ruins not long ago and dare to ask what is happening in the ruins now." Lord Rangu heard and thought for a while and replied, "As the number of heavenly treasures in the ruins is getting less and less, the competition for heavenly treasures is becoming more and more fierce. Those who are strong alone are only alone. Unless some of them are extremely outrageous, it is already very difficult to survive in the ruins of Tai Luo. Now, most of these independent powerhouses are united to form a side camp. There are a lot of these camps. At least they are the ultimate dominators with near invincible levels. But in general, the 5 ancient camps are still respected in this ancient monument. The 5 camps sword squinted and squinted his eyes. He did not expect the millennium. He disappeared. The speed of change in the Terra ruins was so fast that the competition for opportunities had reached a situation where parties needed to join forces to form a camp. Jian Wushuang did not know. All of this was actually related to his killing of Tai Luo Jianling. The heavenly earth treasures in the previous ruins appeared to be random. In fact, they were all intentional arrangements of Tai Luo Jianling. The purpose was to find the perfect object. Now, that Tai Luo sword spirit was killed by him. Naturally, no new heavenly treasures will be born. The 5 camps are extremely powerful, and now the number 1 is headed by the Blood Temple. After the Battle of Fengyang Gorge, for 1,000 years, the Blood Temple has sent 4 blood nether envoys again. At the ruins of Tai Luo, plus the previous 5 deities, there are 9 full deities. Under the joint of these 9 deities, it can be said that no one is an opponent in this relic. The second place is the Dafeng Kingdom of Gods who came to the ruins of Tai Luo hundreds of years ago. It is led by the 3 princes of Dafeng Kingdom of Gods, the ultimate invincible king. Speaking of this great devotion to the kingdom of God, Rangu dominated an ingrained hatred under his eyes. The playful young girl, Qingxi, heard the words. Her face flashed a dim color, and her voice was slightly choked. Master was originally because he accidentally blocked the way to worship the kingdom of God, and was killed by the 3 princes. Jian Wushuang heard the words silently. The path of spiritual practice was cruel, especially in this Taro ruins. Without any rules and restrictions, the fall would only be more common. The water witch dominator who walked ahead didn't speak, but his fist clenched a little. The reason why he wanted to take refuge in the King of 9 Calamities and stay in the ruins was to have revenge, although it seemed that the hope was very slim. Taking a deep breath, Lord Rangu continued. The 3rd place is the camp headed by King Jiuzai. King Jiuzai is recognized as the strongest master in the ruins. In theory, he can become a ruin in the ruins. The number 1 camp. Unfortunately, the king of the 9 kings is too arrogant and disdains to associate with others, except that he has the ultimate master following what is called Qingfeng Shenhou. He has NT received anyone yet, however. Recently I heard that King Jujia had plans to expand his power, and it is for this reason that Master, and I have decided to trust him to try. There are 2 forces left, which is Yin Peng's and King Jinan of the Great Sun God Kingdom. Yin Peng's dominance is worse than the 9 kings and the 3 princes of Dafeng, but it is because of him. His own strength is not too bad, and he doesn't have much background. Therefore, many independent strong men in Tai Luo's ruins are more willing to join him. After all, the leaders of the previous camps are too aggressive. If you really get the chance against the sky, 80% will be obtained by those headed by Yinpeng, but Yinpeng's is different. Yinpeng's is the ultimate domination. Among them is not Xian. Joining him, he really got a good chance, and Yinpeng can't dominate it. He must be honest and share it with everyone. So this Yinpeng dominates many of the strong powers gathered under his hands now, and some of us also had the intention to rely on Yinpeng to dominate at the beginning, but he has too many under his hands. The strength of ours is not at all, he sees it. As for King Jinan, it is said that under the Fengyang Gorge 1,000 years ago, the forces were greatly frustrated, and now they have been in the stage of forbearance, so it goes without saying. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words and heard the news that Qingfeng Shenhou was now with King Jujia. He was relieved a little. I chatted a few more words, and King's mood recovered. He laughed and quipped, "Blood Sword, you have the courage to be bold enough. Even if the master of the 4th level is the master, you dare to run to this place. The ruins come. Jian Wushuang replied with a smile, and said, "Before I came, I didn't expect this ruin would be so dangerous." Mobile phone users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novel, Chapter 4173, Second More. Bloodsword, since you are with us now, we will definitely take care of you. The girl, Qingxi, patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder and sighed with a grin. But with your strength, join the 9 even think about the King of Calamity. But people can be the first ultimate master in the entire universe. It is estimated that even if you want to expand the power and accept the master, that is also the ultimate master of my master. You are the 4th level master. I will definitely miss it. Sword warriors heard this. Some could not help laughing, but he also knows that this girl did not belittle what he meant. He replied, unconvinced, "You're right." "Of course." Qingxi snorted quite contentedly after hearing the words, then seemed to be afraid of the sword without frustration, and quickly comforted and said, "You don't have to worry. As long as you follow us obediently, my master will enter the 9 Calamity camp will naturally protect us, and my teacher respects his elderly people best." Jian Wushuang heard the words, only found it interesting, and could not help but nodded. The master Wushui who walked ahead noticed this scene and stared at Qingxi. "Shao Qing, act with caution, act with caution." After speaking, Wushui dominated Xiang Jian Wushuang and smiled softly. "But you can know us. It is also a kind of good destiny. If the old man can really enter the King of the 9 Calamity camp, it will be good to protect you at that time." "No, that's the troubled water, which dominate." Sword Unparalleled smiled. "But the hearts, but it is a little sigh." Through his observations, 3 men are good, and the generation heart, which naturally does no good. But in this fight, predatory Donatello remains, but it is not necessarily a good thing. Time slowly passed. After a few hours, Sword Unparalleled, water which dominate his party of 4, came to the ruins of the central region of Donatello. "Little friends, there is the place where the King 9 robberies." Water which dominate pointed to a distant endless mountains. On that mountain, a huge repair the palace. Sword warriors everywhere you looked. I saw before the palace, there are many positive dominate DNY waiting, expression of apprehension, most of which are dominated by the ultimate master. Those dominated all 9 robberies king people. Sword Unparalleled looked back, puzzled asked. Water which dominate Heard shook his head and replied, "No, as we all want the same." Heard the news deliberately rushed over to take refuge in 9 robberies king. After all, in today's Donatello ruins, killing too crazy. If its own power, if you are not strong enough, you will not be able to establish a foothold if you do not rely on them. Come on, we have in the past. After the water which dominate, he then took a sword unparalleled, ran dominate the valley, the stream toward the palace, snatched 3. Shiwejin, we need to stand behind my master. Do not talk on the line. I have a master of all natural to deal with. Ran walked beside the sword, unparalleled valley, quietly reminded the sentence. Good. Sword unparalleled nodded his head, indicating understand. A moment later, fell outside the palace. Just fall. They hear these ultimate dominate, the sound of a road to discuss, pass over. You say, 9 robbery Wong suddenly expand their influence to dominate in the recruitment of the remains. What does this mean? I don't know. It may be that the king of 9 dragons saw the 3 princes and Yin Peng dominate them. They are expanding their forces, and they have a sense of crisis. The king of 9 calamities has always been arrogant. This time to recruit masters, I am afraid that the ultimate master, who is idle, he looks down on him. Try it if you cannot enter the 9 robberies this side of the forces of the king. And so I can only go to take refuge in that Yin Peng dominate, but I've heard that Yin Peng dominate narrow-minded, but if we take refuge in his words, probably not better. Many of the ultimate masters whispered discussions. Immediately, they saw the witchcraft masters coming with the 3 swordsman swords, and they suddenly made a frivolous noise. Well, 2 masters at the 5th level, and even masters at the 4th level? This strength comes to make fun. Is it because of insults? Ha 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 ha, it's a joke. It should be withdrawing the ruins of Tailuo at this level of strength. Isn't it here to stay dead? I was a little hesitant and uncertain about joining the forces of the King of 9 Calamities, but with these crooked and broken dates, I suddenly became confident. A whispered laughter came. All present were the ultimate masters, and at the moment they made sarcastic remarks, but they did not mean half of them. The girls Qingxi and Ranga dominated and heard a sudden anger on their faces. Even the water which dominated, and their faces did not look good. Master, they're too much. The young girl Qingxi clenched her fists and whispered. The Lord of the Water Witches took a deep breath and said lightly, whatever they want to say is up to them. We just need to take care of ourselves. But Qingxi wanted to say more and saw the water which dominated the skeptical interruption. Nothing but... Qingxi had no choice but to bow his head the water which dominated and saw a sigh of relief, thinking about it, and saying, Qinger, we have only joined the 9 Kings camp. Here in the ruins of Tai Luo, there is a self-protection land, and with this self-protection land, we have a chance to avenge your master brother. You understand this? So this kind of unnecessary irony, let it go, as long as it does not affect our entry into the 9 Kings camp. Master, I know. Qingxi heard the words, still pulling his face. The water which Master no longer said more, glanced at the end of the sword Wushuang, his head silent, and shook his head. At the same time, inside this palace, King Jujia stood in the middle of the hall, and stood with his hands behind him. Qingfeng Shenhe was slightly behind him, standing behind him. The huge palace seemed a little empty. Jujia, do you really plan to summon the master and Yin Peng to fight a war before leaving the ruins? Qingfeng Shenhe asked. A deadly battle? He deserves it? Zhu Jiawang heard the words, sneered expressionlessly, and then his eyes flashed coldly. If there weren't too many rotten fishes and rotten shrimps around him, I would have come to the door. He killed. Why would he keep him to this day? Qingfeng Shenhe heard a bitter smile and shook his head. If you would have recruited the ultimate master in this ruin earlier, there would still be Yin Peng. You didn't know, this one keeps the Yin Peng master until now, just to wait for the sword, unparalleled, waiting for his revenge together. If it weren't for Yin Peng's shot in Fengyang Gorge, it was secretly accounted to me. Would Wushuang be hunted down by Qing Shuzi? After a pause, King Jujia said indifferently, but now that I know Jian Wushuang is still alive, but there is no news. Let us both report for him. Chapter 4174. Jian Wushuang did not die. The news was circulated to them by the Bloodwave Supreme. After all, Jian Wushuang's magic lamp staying in the Palace of Life is still on, but although he hasn't died, Jian Wushuang has lost contact with them all these years. There is no news at all. Obviously, the situation is not good. In fact, before Jian Wushuang was faced with dramatic changes on the 2nd floor, his body was under the control of the Nadalian sword spirit. Naturally, he could not get in touch with the outside world for thousands of years, and now Jian Wushuang is just new. Let's go. We have to rely on our ultimate master, and we are basically there. We only need to select some of the top ones, and you will personally guide them. If you want to come, it will be enough to defeat Yin Peng's master. Qingfeng Shenhe said. King Jujia nodded, and there was a coldness in his eyes. Now, there are not many opportunities in the ruins of Tai Luo. On the 2nd layer of the ruins, said by the King of the Wind, he has no news so far. I am afraid that it is also the guess of the King of the Wind. To this day, the ruins of Tai Luo have no need to stay, but before leaving, It was time to liquidate. Don't even try to escape if you are dominated by Blood Nether, King Jinan, and Een Pum. In the eyes of the King of Nine Kings, the cold mang flickered, and Ching Feng looked closely behind him, striding toward the palace. A moment later, the two walked out of the palace, and the crowd immediately made a noise. It is King Nine Calamity. King Nine Calamity is out. The King of Josai is really strong. The breath of divine power in his body is completely out of grade with me. An ultimate master. A flash of enthusiasm flashed in his eyes. The strong are respected and worshipped everywhere, and the King of Nine Calamities is the well-deserved strong among the ultimate masters. The King of Nine Kings was surprised when he heard this sentence, and there was no emotional change on his face. He gave a slight glance at the ultimate master outside the palace, and then said indifferently, "Want to join me? I can only have one request, that is to be able to take my hand. Come on, let me see your strength." After that, King Jujia stepped out and stepped into the void, overlooking many masters. Many of the ultimate dominators heard the words and looked at each other one after another, and they were a little bit uncertain. They did not expect that the request to join the forces of the King of Nine Calamities was to take him in. This was greatly unexpected. The King of the Nine Kings is in the ultimate master, and their strength is comparable to that of the Supreme. Although they are also the ultimate masters, many of them are top masters, but whether they can take the move of the King of the Nine Kings. The noisy audience had become a little quieter at this moment. For a moment, no one dared to take the initiative to take the Nine Kings. At the outermost part of the crowd, wearing a large black robe and a hood to stop most of their faces, dressed in an unobtrusive Jian Wushuang, the corner of his mouth could not help but draw a slight upward arc. The King of Nine Calamities is as conceited as ever. Jian Wushuang whispered to himself, and a smile appeared on his face. "Why are there so many of you? Not even those who have the courage to take me one move." King Jujia stepped into the void, looked down at the crowd, and spoke indifferently. As soon as the words came to an end, there was a commotion in the crowd. Immediately afterwards, he saw a burly ultimate master with a sledgehammer rising into the sky. "King of the Ninth Calamity, I am the Golden Ape." The ultimate lord is like a tower, giving a strong sense of oppression. He raised a face, his expression was sullen, and he said, "The world says the King of the Robbers is the strongest of the masters, even comparable to the Supreme. Today I will see if your King of the Nine Robbers is so arrogant. There is so much nonsense." King Jujia was expressionless, raised his palm directly, and patted at this golden ape. Rumble! Suddenly, countless divine powers raged, forming a huge palm covering the sky and the sun. This palm directly covers the entire sky, and the golden ape is dominated by this palm, which is almost as small as a maggot. "Take this palm, I will allow you to join my camp." King Jujia withdrew his hand, stood on his back, his expression indifferent, and that giant palm, with a tumultuous power, shot towards the golden ape dominator. "Break it for me." The Lord of the Golden Apes looked at this slump like a slump, roared, and immediately lifted a sledgehammer, slamming it into this palm. A wave of divine power gathered on his arms, and the muscles in his arms twisted and twisted, exuding horrific power. This hammer, with a palm photographed by Jiu Jia Wang, was hit hard. The raging divine power burst out, making the whole mountain sway. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the golden ape dominated his mouth and spit out blood, and the whole person flew back, instantly falling to the ground and smashing a small hole in the mountains. And that palm, even the light was not dimmed, as if it were bitten by an ant, and continued to photograph towards the golden ape. Do not! The golden ape dominates, seeing this with a terrified expression. At this moment, He really understood how different the strength was between Zhejiawang and his ordinary ultimate master. Too weak. King Jujia shook his head and then waved his hand. The huge palm in the sky suddenly dissipated. Take it away, the next one. King Jujia looked away and looked at the others again. There was silence in the audience, leaving only a heavy gasp. They were scared by the palm of King Nine Robbers, too strong. Although the golden ape dominates the ultimate master, although it is not the top, it can be regarded as extremely arrogant, and as a result, it can't hold it. The 9 kings of calamity are not at the same level as them. They could see that if the king of 9 calamities finally regained their strength, this palm would be enough to kill the golden ape. Are you no one? King Jujia said lightly. There was no reply from the crowd for a long time, until a long time later, a middle-aged man wearing a linen and holding a magic gun came out of the crowd. Master of Gunchuan came to ask King Jotsai for advice. The middle-aged man had a dignified expression, and his sharp gun was as white as a rainbow, and his heart was extremely tense. Take me a palm. The king of Jiuzhai didn't say much. Just as he did, he continued to take a picture of the gun lord. Oh. Gunchuan master looked up at this palm, first took a deep breath, and then drank loudly, stepping on it, and rising into the sky. Huh. Suddenly, the sharp gun in the hand of the dominator of Chuanchuan exploded, and then shot like a dragon, stabbing 789 guns in succession. The gun shadows were intertwined and overlapped like a curtain of impenetrable rain, slamming on the giant palm. After a while, the power of this giant palm gradually dissipated, and the sky was clear again. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novel, Chapter 4175. Second more. It's ugly. Gunchuan dominated the ground, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead. Many of the masters who watched the surroundings cast an envious glance. This person took the palm of King Jujia, which means that he can follow King Jujia. In the future, he should be able to run wild in this Terra ruins. However, the of Gunchuan's face did not have much joy, but he had a lot of fear. This palm just now he received too uncomfortable, but he exhausted his whole body of power in a burst. However, despite this, he could barely offset the power of this palm. This is just the palm that Jujia Wang took. He was not serious at all. King Jujia is too horrible. In the void, King Jujia bowed his head and looked at him. A touch of approval appeared in his eyes, and said lightly, "It's good to be able to take this palm." Time slowly passed, and gradually many people came to challenge King Jujia. However, most of them did not take the palm of the king of the 9 kings, so they had to lonely leave. Only a few of the famous and powerful men who ultimately dominated it barely took the palm of the king of 9 kings. Rangu, you take good care of Shaoqing, and the master will go. The master of the water, which told him a few words, then took a deep breath. His eyes showed a firmness, and he strode towards the king of Jiulong. He knows it's his turn. Master, be careful. Rangu and Qing, she shouted worriedly behind. The lord of the water, which heard the words, paused for a while, but did not turn back, and continued to walk toward King Jiulong. He knew in his mind that so many ultimate masters before, including some weaker top ultimate masters, could not reach the palm of the 9 kings. Although he was also the top ultimate master level, he was not much stronger and wanted to take the next 9. The king of calamity was afraid it was difficult, but for his great disciple, he must try it. After a while, he walked to the foot of King Jiulong and arched his hand and said, "The king of Jiulong, the witch in the water, ask for enlightenment." The expression of Zhou Jiawang didn't change, and he nodded and said, "Come on, boom." With a loud blast, The king of nine kings raised his palm and photographed it towards the water, which master. The surging divine power condenses to form a giant palm that can cover the sky. Each palm pattern is clearly visible and is full of rich and mysterious laws of the universe. Immediately, this palm was pressed hard towards the master of the water which dominated, and he did not dare to relax at all. His hands quickly printed, and he shouted, "Water dragon, get up!" Suddenly, a strong wind exploded centering on him, and the water which dominated his head and raised his head with all his hair. Roar! A dragon murmur sounded, and then a faint blue water dragon roared out of his body, biting into the giant palm like a cloud in the sky. Snapped! Just like the glass is broken, this water dragon, which is dominated by the water witch's main body power, only broke for an inch of time and broke apart. Too weak. King Jujia shook his head. The water which dominated, as if he didn't look at it. He didn't look at these people, but screamed with all his energy, "Gather the old husband!" Suddenly, I saw the void in the sky. After the collapse of the water dragon, thousands of water drops formed. At this moment, it seemed like it was being dragged from all sides. At the same time, they came together from all sides, and then continuously twisted and merged to form a path. Huge, thick water waves. Immediately afterwards, this water wave once again blasted towards the giant palm of the king of Julong. With a loud noise, this water wave actually passed through the giant palm of the Nine Calamities King, and then wrapped the giant palm in it like a grinding wheel and began to wipe out the power on this giant palm. King Jujia saw this, raised his head for the first time, and looked at the master of the water, which his eyes were slightly surprised. He chuckled. The use of the rules of heaven and earth is quite wonderful. At the outermost part of the crowd, Rangu and Qingxi saw this scene, and their expressions became extremely excited. Even the sword, unparalleled, he could not help raising an eyebrow. Rumble! The water wave wrapped around the giant palms of King Nine Calamities, constantly crushing and annihilating the divine power above the giant palms. And this water wave, likewise, was quickly annihilating and annihilating. The water which dominated and watched this scene. In his heart, a voice kept roaring, "Destroy the old man! Destroy the old man!" Time passed slowly. After a short while, King Nine Calamities' huge palms consumed most of the power, and the water wave dominated by the water, which also left only a thin layer. The water which dominated the expression to the extreme, and even a forehead, a row of fine sweat appeared because he was too nervous. Just when King Jujia's huge palm was about to be completely wiped out by the water wave dominated by the water, which King Jujia seemed to know the ending, looked back and said lightly, "You use the rules, it's not bad, unfortunately. My strength is still a little worse." The water which dominated for a moment didn't understand the meaning and wondered, "Why? What?" Don't wait for him to finish. I saw that the water wave, which was already thin like a cicada's wings, went one step ahead of Nine Calamities' giant palm that was about to be worn away and destroyed. Do not! The water which dominated his face, his eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, the ending is doomed. Stay back. King Jujia shook his head, judging from his gaze. The use of divine power by the water which master is quite good, but it is only limited to good, and it won't make him particularly attractive. Seeing this scene, the master of the water, which suddenly became drained, as if he had been completely drained. Failure to join King Julong's camp means that he will not even have a foothold in the ruins of Tai Luo, let alone revenge for his innocent and tragic apprentice. Yes, I would like to thank King Jujia for pointing. The water which master forced a strong smile on his face, arched his hand at King Jujia, turned his head, and walked toward the periphery of the crowd. No one knows how heavy his pace is at the moment. For him, missing this opportunity, maybe he has no trace of revenge for his apprentice in this life. The crowd gradually dispersed its way. The ultimate masters present were all looking at the water, which Master quite complexly. Although he still did not take the palm of King Jiulong in the end, everyone who could see it clearly saw that the palm of King Jiulong had reached the limit. Perhaps as long as the water wave dominated by the water, which can persist for 3 breaths, the ending will be quite different, dominated by the water, which he proved his strength. In this world, the strong are always respected. Chapter 4176. Shaoqing Otani for the teacher. I did my best. After the water which Master came back, he sighed. He didn't need to think about it, and knew that Rangu and Qingxi, who have always had a good relationship with Datur, would be frustrated and frustrated. Master, you have done a good job. Suddenly, Rangu's gentle voice came into his ear. The water which Master looked up and saw Rangu looking at him with a gentle smile. Yes, Master, today you are awesome. You must know that it is the King of 9 Calamities, the most recognized master in the universe. You were just equal to him, just now. If it was not a little worse in the end, you would be better than you. He's already strong. Qingxi looked up, grinning with a particularly proud look. When the water which dominated, he could not help feeling a little moved, and his original heavy mood became better. Don't talk nonsense. The king of Jiujia is just a palm of your hand, but the teacher is going all out. Can they be compared? Shui Wu ruled a glance at Qingxi and said with a smile, Ah, it's almost the same. Qingxi said with a smile. Jian Wushuang looked at this scene beside him. His heart warmed slightly. In the hundreds of thousands of years of his practice, he has been accustomed to killing and plundering, to being cold to human beings, and to being indifferent to the world, but he has rarely seen the purity and simplicity of the 3 masters and apprentices. After a while, the master of the water which looked at Jian Wushuang side by side, and said apologetically, Child of the blood sword, in the ruins of Tai Luo, our masters and apprentices intend to leave, and we cannot protect you. Jian Wushuang heard a little bit of words and replied, Water Witch Master, then where are you going next? Back to our own star field, although the location is a bit remote, but fortunately there are not many strong ones, and maybe it is more suitable for us. Shen Wu, the master of the water, which replied. Jian Wushuang thought for a while, then nodded for them. Perhaps returning to the star field that belongs to them is indeed the best choice. Therefore, he did not block the exit, although Jian Wushuang admits that with his current strength, it is probably no problem to protect the 3 masters who control the Water Witch, but forcing them to stay here may not be a good thing for them. He respected the choice of the 3 apprentices. Bloodsword friend, then we have a chance to see you again. Bloodsword, goodbye. We are located in the Sanyang astral realm of the virtual wind star domain. If you have time, you can come to us. Bloodsword, you are not strong, so it is best to leave here as well. I don't want to see you die here, like my big brother. Hey, I don't mean that you are going to die. In short, take care. The water which dominates Rangu and Qingxi bid farewell to Jian Wushuang. For sure. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. Subsequently, the 3 left this step by step and walked towards the distance. 4-sword Wushuang. He pulled down his hood, lowered his head, and walked step by step towards the king of 9 robbers, wearing a wide black robe, and pulled down his sword without a brim. He could not see his face at all. I can only see the chin. What is this little kid who dominates the 4th series? Well, this 4th level dominates, and I want to go to the king of 9 robbers to try it out. The 4th level dominate is a joke. In the sound of discussion, Jian Wushuang's expression was unrestrained, and he stood still in front of King Jujia. You have to try it, too. King Jujia looked down at Xiang Jianwuxuang, but his gaze was abrupt. The nearby Qingfeng Shenhou also frowned. In the Terra ruins, the ultimate is everywhere, and the number of the 5th level dominates is relatively less. As for the 4th level, it is even less rare. Now there is a 4th level master in front of him, and behind him is also carrying a sword, obviously a sword repair. This made Jujia Wang instantly think of Jian Wushuang. But soon Jiujia Wang's heart denied this judgment because the scent emanating from the black people in front of him had a great gap with Jian Wushuang. In the impression of King Jujia, the breath of Jian Wushuang is calm and restrained, like a peerless magic sword hidden in the scabbard. However, the person in front of this black robe felt the ultimate darkness, the extreme cold, without the slightest emotion. The breath gap is so large that neither Jiu Jiawang nor Qing Feng Shenhou recognized the sword Wushuang. The reason for this is that after the sword Wushou took control of the Terra Excalibur, the soul breath can be completely covered by the Terra Excalibur, and the extreme cold and dark breath that he now exudes is from the Terra Excalibur. With the breath. In this case, unless the king of Jujia saw the appearance of Jian Wushuang, or it was as cold as frost, it could be recognized by Jian Wushuang's figure or a simple manner. Otherwise now, the king of Julong and the prince of Qingfeng failed to recognize the sword unparalleled. They are only the black-robed man in front of them. They are also a 4th level dominator who is roaming in the ruins of Tai Luo, and they are still the kind who cannot control themselves. WWW novel. Come no less than the king of 9 robbers, a 4th-ranked master ran over, and in many people's opinion, it was indeed beyond control. At the moment, sword unparalleled, covering his body under the black robe. After hearing the words of King Jujia, he did not answer, but instead reached out and pulled out the magic sword behind him, and responded with his own actions. Sword Wushou carried 2 Excalibur swords. The Excalibur sword now pulled out is red, and there is a faint sense of sharp cutting through the sky. It is precisely the transformation of Wu Ling Excalibur after being transformed by Tai Luo Jianling. The other sword was entwined with ancient vines, and the breath was unusual. Go ahead. A husky voice came from under the black robe. Hiding his head and revealing his tail, he made a mystery, so I don't know the height of the sky. King Jujia shook his head expressionlessly, and then raised his right hand, pressing down hard against the sword. Boom! Suddenly, the numerous palms of the defeated enemy suddenly condensed in the void, and immediately covered the sky, carrying the power of terror, and pressed down towards the sword. Jian Wushuang, like being frightened, still lowered his head and did not mean half resistance. Suddenly, the ultimate master, who watched countless times around, saw this scene and couldn't help laughing at it. This little guy, I guess I have never seen such a horrible hand. Ha ha ha, look, he's scared silly. The juniors are really overwhelmed. An ultimate master shook his head with a smile. For them, Jian Wushuang's self-assertion was like a funny episode inserted in the solemn atmosphere. Look at it. This little guy will be scared by the palm of Zhu Jiawang, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novel. Chapter 4177. In the void, not far away, Wu Shui, who had already gone far, dominated the 3 and felt the huge movement here, and could not help but glance back at will. As a result, the 3 of them were shocked at a glance. Mr. Master, those who are picking up the king of 9 robbers, but the blood sword, Master Rangu wiped his eyes, and some dare not give up. The master of the water, which was equally astonished, nodding his head when he heard the words, and said, "It is indeed a little friend of the blood sword." What does this guy want to do? Qingxi saw this, and could not help but stomp her feet with some worries. The Lord of the Water Witch shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Bloodsword friend, I want to come to see me defeated, and I can't join the King of the Nine Robbers. Am not willing to try it." The three did not know for a moment whether the sword was uncontrollable or the newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Simply, the three of them stopped completely, intending to stop and take a look first, in case the sword Wushuang accidentally was injured by this palm. They might be able to save the sword Wushuang. Rumble! The giant palm was pressed inch by inch, the void was twisted, and even the whole mountain trembled. The sword, unparalleled, still does not have the meaning of half-hand. 300 feet, 100 feet, 50 feet. The giant palm was getting closer and closer to Jian Wushuang, and the violent wind was blowing in his black robe. Why is this person here to come to play with this seat? King Jiujia frowned. His eyes flashed with displeasure. If this continues, Jian Wushuang will be crushed to death by the power carried by that palm. 20 feet. This giant palm completely suppressed all the light above Jian Wushuang, just like a thick and heavy cloud covering him. This little guy is deliberately trying to die. What is he doing? Some of the ultimate masters of the spectator could not help but shake his head and wonder. In the distance, the three dominated by the water, which saw this scene even more tightly. Bloodsword boy, what does he want to do? The master of the water, which completely did not understand the sword, unparalleled. Bloodsword, you guys run away, Qingxi said anxiously. And just when this giant palm was about to be pressed against Jian Wushuang's head, King Jiujia raised his arm and planned to dissipate the power of this giant palm. The sword is unparalleled, and the 5 knuckle fingers finally clenched slowly. It's time to see how much I have improved in this millennium. Jian Wushuang's face covered by a huge hood gave a faint smile. Next moment, he suddenly waved his sword. Suddenly, a blood-colored swordmang was cut out of the Wu-weeping sword instantly, soaring into the sky. The sword was almost at an extreme, and everyone couldn't even see how it was cut out. Just feeling a flower in front of me, I saw this swordman, and it was already split on the giant palm that covered the sky surface. At this moment, the deities wept, and the Buddha chanted. This swordman was like a lightning that tore the night and split the entire giant palm into 2. There is no obstacle at all, just like a knife-cut tofu. The giant palm that covers the sky and collapses directly. Alas, the sky returned to light. The sword, unparalleled, has withdrawn Wu Chong Excalibur. What? How is this possible? Suddenly, the sword of the 9 robbers was smashed by one sword. I am not mistaken. What just happened? The ultimate dominator of the spectators around was a pause, and it seemed that his head was a bit dead, and he did not respond. Immediately afterwards, they suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Their expressions were terrified. Countless ultimate dominators before, exhausted all over the palm of one's hand and couldn't get over, and were dominated by this 4th level. So a simple sword defeated. Countless people were stunned. Their eyes were falling. In the distance, the water witches who stopped to watch dominate the 3, and their expressions are extremely wonderful. Brother Ran and Rangu, please give me a look and see if I have hallucinations. The girl Kinx's mouth widened, and her pretty face was unbelievable. Rangu couldn't be better at this moment. His body was shaking, and he said unconsciously in his mouth, "How can he be a 4th level master? The master can't handle this palm. How can he take it?" The master of the water, which had a look of expression, and the whole person stood there. This is still the humble attitude before, and smiled and said that he would let the blood sword boy who carried a ride, then he laughed bitterly. I even said that I would let the blood sword lean on myself to join the king of the 9 robbers. I couldn't think of it. Shaking his head, the master of the water which sighed from the bottom of his heart. The afterlife is terrible. At the same time, in the eyes of the 9 Calamity Kings, he jumped 3 inches in his eyes. This sword meaning he is too familiar. It was this sword, once he defeated him in the trial field. But if this person in black is really that person shouldn't be so strong, right? And the smell from this black robe man is completely different. The thoughts of King Josiah flashed across his mind like lightning. He lowered his head and looked with a complex expression. In one look, Jian Wushuang raised his head, reached out, and pushed down the wide hood on his head, gradually showing a fair and beautiful face. The King of 9 Calamities, I haven't seen you in a long time. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. The sword is unparalleled. It really is you. The king of Jujia shook all over, and an incredible burst of eyes filled his eyes. Immediately after that, he struck his footsteps and suddenly blasted out. Standing in front of Jianwu double-sided, he looked up and down with a constant look of indifferent expression. At this moment, some astonished asked, "Where did you go in the millennium, and how did your breath change?" "They'll talk about this later." Jian Wushuang shook his head with a smile, and then looked back where a figure came quickly. Sword unparalleled. Qingfeng stepped forward, hugged Jian Wushuang with an open arm, and gave a strong hug, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Jian Wushuang, seeing you are all right now, I finally feel relieved." At this moment, he was fully recovered from his divine power, and even seemed to have a little improvement. Released his arm, Qingfeng looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. "Sword Wushuang, do you remember our agreement 1,000 years ago?" Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words and smiled back. "Where can I not remember? 1,000 years ago, the two were hunted down by Qing Shuzi, and when they fled separately, they agreed with each other. If they could not die, they would meet each other in the future, and they would celebrate with wine. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novel. Chapter 4178. Walk around. Jian Wushuang, tell us, well, where did you go this millennium? Now I can't see your depth." Qingfeng, Shenhou took the sword Wushuang, so ready to go inside the palace. Over the past millennium, Qingfeng Shenhou was full of guilt over Jian Wushuang's one finger, thinking that it was himself who had dragged Jian Wushuang. Only then did Jian Wushuang fail to escape the hunting of Qing Shuzi, although later Bloodwave Supreme summoned them to inform Jian Wushuang that he had not died, and his guilt had not been reduced by half. Now he finally saw Jian Wushuang's safe return, and seemed to be stronger than before. His guilt filled his throat, and he felt full of guilt. "Don't you continue to pick the strong ones?" Jian Wushuang asked, turning his head. Qingfeng didn't answer, and King Jujia shook his head, disdainfully humming, "If you have the strength to take my hand, naturally you would have come out to take it. And those who are still in the present are still afraid to try, yes, but it's all stinky fish and shrimp. Even if there are people who can take my hand, they are just courageous. What is the use of—" This point is transparent. Jian Wushuang nodded in approval. Soon the three entered the palace. Lord Gunchuan and others who passed the test of King 9 Calamities followed closely. In awe, the gates of the palace closed slowly. Many of the ultimate masters present, seeing this scene, could not help but stare at each other. What's the situation? Looking at it like this, we may not be able to enter the King of the Calamity camp. The ultimate master who hasn't tried it yet shakes his head with a bitter smile. However, they had already expected this result, and they chose it by themselves. Therefore, they were not more frustrated. Compared to this, they are more concerned about the identity of the 4th-level master who finally appeared and broke through the giant palm of Zhou Jiawang. You guys, I look at the situation just now. This 4th-level master, who is terrifying in strength, seems to know them. Aren't you nonsense? You just looked at the expressions of King Jujia and Qingfeng, and you were so enthusiastic about us. With the strength of that fourth-level master, you should be famous in the universe. Why have you never heard of such characters in the universe before? Just as everyone was wondering and talking head to head, an ultimate master suddenly seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "I know who that person was just now." "Who is he?" Everyone looked towards the ultimate master. The ultimate master. Wen Yan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Presumably everyone is no stranger to the Battle of Fengyang Canyon 1,000 years ago." Everyone nodded. The battle in Fengyang Gorge for 1,000 years was naturally familiar with the battle of the top forces in order to raise a potion of breakthrough supremacy. Do you still remember that there was a fourth-level master in the team of the 9 kings? The ultimate master continued. Well, I remembered. It seemed that there was this person. Yes, I remember this person was still fighting with King Suzi for a while, and there was no wind falling. I was there at the time, and was surprised for a while. The black-robed swordsman just now is the man who fought with Qing Shuzi 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the sword was unparalleled, and it was dominated by the 4th grade, and it fought against Qing Shuzi directly. This battle was not dazzling. This incident was later spread. Think of it. At the same time, everyone in the audience immediately remembered that after the war in Tianfeng Canyon, Qing Shuzi went to kill this person at any cost. Then the man was in great trouble. 1,000 years ago, the Qingshu's son chased this person and ended up with an unknown end. The people of the Taishu Temple for thousands of years have been searching for the Qingshu son. Yeah, the Qingshu god's son was missing to hunt this talent back, but now this person has returned without incident. People who are to Xiuxian Temple will definitely come to him. Well, that King Suzi, but the contemporary godson of the Taishu Temple, can be said to be the most outstanding genius of the hundreds and even thousands of chaos periods. As a result, the person was disappeared in the ruins of Tailuo after killing this person. That's all, but this person is back again. Do and think about it. The person who is to Vain Temple will be furious and let out all his anger. Just wait and see. People in the Taishan Temple, as long as they know the news, will not come to this person soon. Many of the ultimate masters shook their heads to discuss and expressed their optimism about Jian Wushuang's future. Although Jian Wushuang's performance just now is very strong, you must know that the temple is too virtual, but it is a big immortal force in the whole universe. In the hall, Jian Wushuang, King Jiuzai, and Qingfeng Shenhou sat cross-legged and crossed their knees in front of the 3 of them. There were 3 low table coffee tables, and there were several pots of spirit wine on the coffee table. Jian Wushuang can now tell, where have you been this millennium? Qingfeng Shenhou asked with a smile. The king of Jiujia silently said nothing, but his eyes were casually turned to Jian Wushuang, and he could see that he had wondered where Jian Wushuang had gone this millennium, and why the atmosphere changed greatly after he returned. Jian Wushuang heard the words, raised the glass, took a sip, and said, "This is a long story. When Qing Xuanzi chased and killed me, I was forced to flee, and I could only run away all the time, but ended up at the edge of the Taro ruins. It's a special place where I got rid of Qing Shuzi, and I got some special opportunities, and my strength has improved. As for my breath, it is because I cover it up by means of means." Jian Wushuang just made a simple explanation. He did not intend to tell anyone about the 2nd floor of the Tail ruins. After all, this matter is important. The contents inside it are enough to make a supreme red-eye. Speaking of this, Qingfeng Shenhou and King Jiulong, he can be regarded as living together, but the heart has always been unpredictable. No one knows. They know whether Jian Wushuang will have any worries after getting the second chance of the second layer of the Taro ruins, even if they didn't do anything. But once this news leaked out, Jian Wushuang didn't need to think about it. At that time, people in the entire universe would chase and kill him for fear that the Palace of Life could not protect him. After all, that's the heritage of Tai Luo Supreme. Just the various treasures and source rocks in the universe are enough to boil many powerful people in the universe, not to mention the amazing eternal magical powers such as Taro Sword Code and the Taro Sword of the famous universe. Browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novels. Chapter 4179. After listening to Jian Wushuang's explanation, the King of Nine Calamities, and the Qingfeng God, Ho looked at each other. Both of them smiled. They can see that Jian Wushuang's explanation is somewhat perfunctory, but they don't blame Sword Wushuang, who will have a secret after all. They are more curious about the experience of Jian Wushuang for more than 1,000 years. But since Jian Wushuang is not willing to say too much, they will naturally not ask more. Jian Wushuang, you can come back safely. And now you are there, we are confident in the last battle. Qingfeng said with a smile. Last battle. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and a flash of doubt flashed in his eyes. King Jujia nodded and said lightly, "It's time for us to leave Taro ruins, but before we leave..." There was a flash of words in the eyes of King Jujia. Have to calculate the account first. Jian Wushuang heard the words in his heart, and there was a coldness in his eyes. What are you going to do? Jian Wushuang said. How to do it, Wang Sinhan with a smile said. Naturally, he directly came to the door, crushed Yin Peng's body 1 inch by 1 inch, and burned his soul a bit. When Jian Wushuang nodded and asked, "Any time?" King Nine Robber replied. Jian Wushuang thought, and thought back, then 3 days later. At this point, the time is set. Jian Wushuang, King Jiuzai, and Qingfeng, Shenhou chatted for a while, then dispersed. Inside, a closed dormitory. The sword sat cross-legged, Tai Luo Jian, suspended in front of his knees. Jian Wushuang opened the first page. Slowly, the world in front of him turned into the darkness of silence again, and he continued to be enlightened by the sword trick of Yong Yi. This sword, although he only realized a little fur, but the power of it has become the most lethal move in the hands of Jian Wushuang now. It can be said that Yong Yi has become one of the killers of Jian Wushuang, now at the bottom of the box. Once used, it must be shocking. 3 days passed by. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, the 3 kings of Jujia, Jian Wushuang, and Qingfeng Shenhou, as well as some of the ultimate masters who had previously committed to the king of Jujia, gathered in the hall. This seat does not hide you. Now, our first battle is to kill the Lord Yinpeng. If anyone is afraid and wants to leave, this seat is not blocked. King Jujia stood in the main hall of the hall, and Lost Hand said. As soon as the voice fell, the hall became noisy suddenly, and many of the ultimate masters changed, slightly. Going to kill Yinpeng, that Yinpeng dominates many powerful men. There are dozens of ultimate dominators alone. Although the individual strength is not strong, but they are united and want to kill, I am afraid. It's too dangerous. Immediately, a few of the ultimate masters shrank their heads, and there was a resignation in their eyes. They followed Zhijiawang to come to the backing, but not to die. This seat to you, after this battle, kill everything Yinpeng dominated. This seat is all unnecessary. You all share it. King Jujia continued to speak lightly. After this sentence, those ultimate masters who had resigned in their eyes were startled. None of the 9 calamities. Over the years, Yinpeng has dominated one of the camps, and the magic drug he has collected in his hands is unknown. If he is killed, begging for wealth. Suddenly, many of the ultimate masters moved in their hearts, and their faces were emaciated. This seat gives you time to think about Ayaka. After Ayaka, tell me the answer. After a joss stick, the ultimate master at the scene took a deep breath and seemed to have made a decision, and said invariably, King of the Ninth Calamity, I will wait. I will follow you in a battle. After hearing the words, Jujayawang had a smile on his indifferent face and nodded back, good. At the same time, in the central area of the Terra ruins, another plain. Compared with other places in the Tailuo ruins, it is more lively here, and many of them eventually dominate the camp and form a lively scene. In the largest hall here, Yin Peng dominated and talked with a smile of enthusiasm. Beside him, there were two of them. The man on the left is wearing a purple gold crown, wearing a 9-clawed dragon suit, majestic, and has a light golden flame mark on the eyebrow. If the water which dominated here at this time, he would be able to recognize this person, who is now in the Terra ruins, ranking among the second camp of the great blessed God kingdom, His Royal Highness III. And the other person was wearing a red robe with a tall figure, with his hair tied into a small braid and scattered on his back, sitting barefoot. And that was the King of Jinan. Yin Peng, you suddenly called me over. What do you want to do? Wang Jinan frowned and said impatiently, His Royal Highness, the 3 emperors who worshipped the kingdom of God, was also dominated by Yin Peng, whose face was not so good. Not long ago, the 2 of them suddenly received a rumor dominated by Yin Peng, asking them to come here and talk about what was important. Sure enough, the people in the Blood Temple did not come. Yin Peng looked at the 3 seats he had prepared in advance, but now the one that was empty shook his head and whispered to himself. Immediately, he looked sideways at King Jinan and the 3 princes and smiled slightly. 2 of you have recently heard about King Jozai, recruiting powerful men. Okay, the King of Jinan raised his eyebrows. The King of Jozai recruited the strong and did not deliberately conceal it. He naturally knew it. No, this is not a secret, Yin Peng. Just say what you want to say. You know, the king hates selling the most. The prince is a little calm and restless. There are strange things in it. Listen to me. Yin Peng dominated his expression calmly, coughed, and slowly said, I know the King of 9 Calamities best, but he is always arrogant and ignorant of others. Therefore, he rarely goes with others, let alone mentions him. What recruits people? So once he recruits people, then he can be certain that something big is going to happen. Big event. Jinan Wang Wenyan shrank his pupils. Next to the 3 princes of the great kingdom of God, there was a look of interest on his face. Yes, Yin Peng nodded his head, and then continued. The King of 9 Calamities has been in the ultimate realm for dozens of chaos eras, causing his status in the Temple of Life to plummet. We do need to think about it, knowing that he must be very anxious to break through the supreme realm. And 1,000 years ago, in the Fengyang Canyon, the King of the 9 robbers broke through our strangulation and got the elixir that increased the chance of breaking the supreme. Now that the time is calculated, he should go back and break through the supreme realm. So he went back and went back. That is why it's hard to do with us. You still want to take back the supreme potion in his hand? Wang Jinan asked lightly. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from iRead Novel. Chapter 4180, Recapture the Magic Potion. Yin Peng dominated Wen Yan and pulled a slight ridicule of the corner of his mouth, shaking his head. Jinan King, now it is not a question of us regaining the magic drug in his hand, but it is time to settle accounts with us. The King of Jinan squinted his eyes. He was not a stupid person. When Yin Peng said that, he already understood the meaning of Yin Peng. Then what do we do now? Asked King Jinan. Yin Peng dominated Wen Yan, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his voice became cold. My idea is that we are united, and we will fight directly against him. Otherwise, it is definitely not a 9-strength force. The king's opponents will only be knocked out by him one by one, and defeated one by one. There was a hint of thought in King Zenon's eyes. Then he nodded and said, "Yes." The reason why his lips are cold and cold, Zhennan King still understands. In the face of the king of 9 calamities, the king of Zhennan and Yin Peng are almost a grasshopper on a rope. You don't need to know that if King Jiu really plans a war, they will never let them go. As long as one of them is defeated, it means that the other is not good. The king of 9 cabs has resentment with the 2 of you, but not with this seat. Yin Peng, what do you mean by calling this seat? At this time, the 3 princes of the kingdom of God who had never spoken had no face. The expression said. Yin Peng dominated the story without half distress and smiled lightly. His Royal Highness III, you are right. You really have no resentment against King Jiuzai, but King Jiuzai as the first master of the universe. How many treasures are in its ring, no one knows. I think His Royal Highness III, always interested in this. I can promise here that if the 3 of us join forces to kill the king of the 9 robbers and divide his treasure, the one that belongs to me will not be all to His Highness. How do you see? The 3 princes heard the words and suddenly laughed as if they had heard some funny jokes. With a playful look, he looked at the sovereign of Yin Peng and said, Yin Peng, your Highness is the 3 princes who worship the kingdom of God. Do you think that His Highness will lack those treasures on the King Jiuzai King? After speaking, he got up and planned to leave. Yin Peng dominated Wen Yan and nodded, but he was not disappointed. As if the 3 princes had refused, it was already in his expectation. His Royal Highness III, please wait, Yin Peng shouted. The 3 princes paused for a moment, then looked back. Oh, what else do you want to say? Lord Yin Peng smiled and said, His Royal Highness III, I know you are not interested in those treasures of King Jiuzai, but are you also not interested in the name of his first master in the universe? I heard recently the Supreme Emperor who worships the kingdom of God intends to select one of his 9 emperors to be the next master of the kingdom of God to reach the throne. If your Highness can kill the first master of the universe, you are in. I am afraid that the might of Dauphin God will reach a whole new level. In addition, if your Highness can help you this time, as the king of the south of the kingdom of the great sun god, you will be grateful to your Highness. The words fell, and Yin Peng dominated his head and looked at Zhennan King. The king of the south of the town then joked, His Royal Highness, if you can help this time, my king must represent the great kingdom of the sun and help you ascend to the throne. After speaking, both Yin Peng and Zhennan King looked at His Royal Highness, the 3 princes, with smiles. His Royal Highness, believe me, it is absolutely easy to reunite our 3 parties to suppress a 9 calamity king. Yin Peng dominated Sun Shan. The 3rd prince heard the words, and his eyes flickered suddenly. After a long time, the 3 princes looked at the smiling Yin Peng and Zhennan King with expressions in their mouths, and finally said, The king of 9 calamities, I can go with you to kill, but the things in the Qianquan ring after his death, I want half. If we really worship the kingdom of God, we really hope that King Zhennan will persuade the Supreme Emperor of your great kingdom of God to fully support me. How? The great Japanese God Kingdom is not far from the great Japanese God Kingdom, and they are all the top forces in the universe. If they can make good relations with the great Japanese God Kingdom, it will indeed be a great help to the 3 princes. Yin Peng, the governor of Zhennan, immediately smiled at each other and nodded without hesitation. His Royal Highness 3 princes, I am honored that you can join us. The 3 princes said, and said lightly, Tell me about your plan for King 9 calamities. King Zhennan looked at Yin Peng with the same curiosity. He believed that Yin Peng had called them over, and he must have a calculation in his heart. Yin Peng dominated with a slight smile and said, "It's very simple. In the camp of King Julong. In fact, the only one who can really get it is the King Julong alone. As for other Blue Peaks, including the ultimate trust in him, now dominance is not to be feared at all, don't need to look at it. So, at that time, the three of us will only need to contain and suppress the King of Jujian, and the 300 of us will add up to nearly 100 of them. These is enough to crush His Majesty the King of Julong. Once waiting for our Majesty's ultimate master, completely defeat the power of His Majesty, and then turn to kill the Julong King in turn. Even if it is the King of Julong, there must be only a way to defeat. Even if you are lucky, you can really leave the universe's first master completely. When it comes to the end, Yin Peng dominates the venomous look on his face, his eyes flashing with coldness, and a sense of murder is boiling. King Jinnan and the three princes watched Yin Peng dominate, but somehow they couldn't help it. The ruins of Tyla, the central area on the mountain where King Julong is located. Set off. Go here just to settle Yin Peng. King Jujia stood in the first place, and after Shen Sheng finished speaking, he stepped into a streamer and took the lead in the sky. Immediately, an ultimate master followed, closely behind, and similarly turned into dozens of streamers, quickly rushing to the place where Yin Peng dominated. At this moment, the sky was dazzling to the extreme. This was led by the King of 9 Calamities, and more than a dozen top-level ultimate dominated the accompanying streamers, exuding a strong and terrifying atmosphere. There was no meaning to hide the atmosphere at all, and it passed across the sky. Jian Wushuang wore a wide hood, a black robe, and a sword box on his back, mixed with the ultimate dominator, and also swept towards the place where Yin Peng dominated. Jian Wushuang, I'm afraid this battle will not be easy. If you can't afford it, you will evacuate first. Understand? Qing Feng, Shen Ho held a Fang Tianhua halberd in his hand and told his head, "Okay." Jian Wushuang responded with a casual smile. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novel. Chapter 4181, Rumble. King Jujia and others were so powerful that they quickly swept across the sky and dragged a long tail flame. Countless ultimate dominators in the ruins of Tai Luo saw this scene, and their faces changed slightly. Walk around. It is estimated that something big will happen in the ruins. Looking in this direction. Can the King of 9 Calamities be the trouble to go to Yin Peng? Heaven of the Torah ruins. I am afraid it will change. An hour later, King Jujia, Jian Wushuang, and others came to the barren blood plain where Yin Peng dominated. There are dozens of ultimate masters camping here, forming a lively scene. After the arrival of King Julong, the dozens of ultimate masters under the control of Yin Peng suddenly raised their heads and looked nervously at King Julong. King Jujia looked down at them, shook his head disdainfully, seemingly crowded, but it was a piece of sand. Immediately, he looked up and stared straight at the center of the plain, the most magnificent temple. The cold voice burst like a thunder. "Yin Peng, come out and die." Boom! Suddenly, the voice of King Jujia fell like a thundering thunder, shaking the whole barren blood plain. However, there was peace in that temple, and no one responded. Seeing this, King Jujia couldn't help sneering, raised his palm directly, and took a hard picture of that temple. A huge palm as white as jade condenses in the void, and a scent of destruction overflows from the gap between the fingers, which will directly stimulate its void. This palm is much more horrible than when it was recruiting and evaluating the ultimate master. It seems that the sky and the earth are discolored. It can pick up the stars and the moon. This is the true strength of Jijiawang. Suddenly, there were countless ultimate dominators present, and there was a shock on his face. It's okay to follow the kings of Jujia. After all, they have already seen the power of Jiujia, and this time the king of Jiujia's real shot. The horror power they created is also expected, and Yin Peng dominated his majesty's ultimate master. Where he had seen such powers, his expression suddenly turned, and a shock came from his eyes. Just in this palm, about to be photographed, on that temple, a dark voice sounded. "King of Calamity, it is you who died." Huh. First, a Jin goose spun out from the temple, while spinning, fiercely slicing on the giant palm, offsetting the power of the giant palm. And then I saw Yin Peng dominating the palace. Out, holding the Jin Ge. Huh, I thought you didn't dare to come out. King Jujia stood with a smirk, smirking slightly. Since that's the case, then let me die. After all, he didn't talk nonsense. He just stepped on it and swiftly and violently went to kill Yin Peng. The king of 9 calamities is indeed the king of 9 calamities, and his actions are still so overbearing. Yin Peng's face did not die in the slightest panic. He shook his head with a smile and swept back quickly. Escape, Yin Peng. 3 million years ago, you fortunately escaped from this seat. Do you think you can escape this time? King Jiujia was expressionless, stepped hard, and his body suddenly shot like a cannonball, looting towards the master of Yin Peng. The two cascaded, and soon disappeared into the sight of everyone. It seems that we will avoid a deadly battle. The gun master Chuan Chuan and others could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, variations protrude. Kill. The cubs of His Majesty the King of Calamity all die. Ha 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 ha. The absence of the King of 9 calamities is tantamount to killing them without a head. A sneer and roars suddenly sounded from all sides. King Feng's complexion changed suddenly, and I saw nearly 100 ultimate masters coming from all directions quickly, and the original masters under the solemn expressions of Yin Peng's solemn expressions in the plains all showed a cruel smile. Why? How come so many people? Where did these people come from? Not good. These ultimate masters are all those who worship the kingdom of God and the king of Shinan. Look, that's the high armor of His Majesty Shinan. And there is that person, the first warlord of the 3 emperors of the kingdom of God. And Jiao Yen dominates. It's a trap. Suddenly, the faces of Gunagawa and other people suddenly changed their expressions, and startled. Qingfeng Shenhou is a heart sinking continuously. He understands that this is a trick. He looked up at the direction in which Zhu Jiawang chased after the disappearance of Lord Yin Peng and took a deep breath. Now the people who worship the kingdom of God and Zhennan King appeared here, but the 3 princes and Zhennan King did not appear, I'm afraid. Huh. I saw that in the far distance, the 4 great waves of divine power suddenly exploded. One of the divine power fluctuations is the king of 9 calamities. Sure enough, Zhennan King and the 3 princes and Yin Peng dominated. Qingfeng, Shenhou face a bitterness. Gun Chuan dominates, and others are even more desperate. At this moment, morale was at an extreme low. Slap. Just then, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Well, he turned his head and looked puzzledly. I saw Jian Wushuang watching him calmly and smiling. What are you doing here, stretching your neck and waiting to be killed? Qingfeng smiled wryly. Jian Wushuang, didn't you see the current situation? But there are nearly 100 ultimate masters. Although they are not strong, they are also the ultimate masters. If the 9 kings are still there, we would barely, it can be a battle, but now they are entangled in Jiujia. It's up to us. How can we fight? Jian Wushuang heard the words and sighed, shaking his head and asking, Do you not know how to fight? Yes. Qingfeng nodded wryly. Then you are optimistic. Jian Wushuang turned his head suddenly, looking at an ultimate master who rushed to the camp of Dafeng Kingdom of God. Wu Weeping Sword appeared in his hands. Next moment, sword Wushuang Yijin cut off. Huh! Suddenly, a half-moon Jianmang split, and the sky was ripped apart by 300 feet. How to fight? And the ultimate master who rushed in first was directly cut off by this. And even the expression was too late to change. It was directly turned into a fan powder. And the gods were destroyed. Jian Wushuang looked back at the shocking face of Qingfeng, Shenhou, Gunchuan Dominion, and others, and said lightly, "Now, do you understand?" At this moment, the audience fell into silence. Qingfeng, Shenhou, Gunchuan dominated, and so on. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Xiang Jianshuang unbelievably. And there are nearly 100 ultimate dominators with cruel smiles on their faces, and their faces suddenly changed rapidly as if they had stepped on the brakes, and their steps were stagnant. For desktop users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from I Read Novel. Chapter 4182. The first is more. 1. One sword to kill the ultimate master. Who is this? How could it be so scary? The most important thing is that this man's divine power fluctuations are still only the 4th level master. The ultimate masters, united by the 3 forces of Zhenan King, the 3 princes, and Yin Peng, all looked at Jian Wushuang with unprecedented shock on their faces. The 4th level dominator, in the eyes of many ultimate dominators present, is almost an ants-like existence, but such a person, using only one sword, beheaded to kill an ultimate dominator. Jian Wushuang's expression was very calm from beginning to end. He glanced at Qingfeng, Shenhou, and the master of Gunchuan, etc., without speaking. The next moment, he turned to face the nearly 100 ultimate masters who filled the sky, holding the wu-weeping sword obliquely and calmly speaking, "Who comes, who dies? Who comes, who dies?" This sentence was ridiculous, and ridiculous from Jian Wushuang's mouth. A rude 4th level master, who even told nearly 100 ultimate masters who came and died. However, the audience fell into a weird silence. Nearly 100 of the ultimate masters, none of them had unbelief on their faces, and they hesitated in the face of Jian Wushuang. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that it was such a 4th level master who just slashed an ultimate master with just one sword. How terrible is this? No one wants to take his own life and try his sword. Behind Jian Wu's body, Qingfeng, Shenhou, Gunchuan master, and others looked at each other, and there was a strong shock in their eyes. With nearly 100 ultimate dominators, what a terrible and powerful force this is. But they were ashamed by Jian Wushuang for a while. This son is only the 4th level master. Where can he be strong again? He must have used a costly mystery to create the horrible sword just now. Suddenly, one of the crowd held the spear and was the ultimate master in gold armor. Leng Heng said, "This person is the only Jiawei left under the king of Zhenan, and he is also the strongest one in the ultimate domination. Kill me." Immediately, the Jiawei gave a loud sigh and took the lead to kill Jianshou. Master Shenjiawai is right. This son is only the 4th level master. Even if he is strong, where can he go? Can it be against the sky? We have so many ultimate dominators. We were actually scared by a 4th-ranked dominator. Isn't it a joke? In the crowd, 2 final masters snorted loudly. Immediately, a flash of decisiveness flashed in the eyes of the nearly 100 ultimate masters, swarming towards Jian Wushuang's nest. They didn't believe it anymore. A 4th-ranked leader dominated, and they could block so many people with one enemy. All the amazing magical skills, carrying thousands of horrific powers, whistling and pressing against the sword, unparalleled. For a while, the sky shook, even the top powerhouse in the ultimate domination, to face this powerful offensive, have to temporarily avoid the edge. Good job. A low voice came from under the sword's wide black hood. The next moment, Jian Wushuang raised his head suddenly, his eyes trembling with war. Kill. Swordless steps. The figure holding the sword instantly turned into a residual image, looting towards the nearly 100 ultimate masters. After he emerged from the second floor of the Tail Ruins, he had not used all his powers, whether it was to kill the 2 masters of the Star and Tiansu, or the giant palm with 1 sword to defeat the king of 9 robbers. Even he himself did not know clearly where is the limit of his combat power today. Just now, he used this battle to verify his strength. Which step did he reach? Open the sky. Jian Wushuang cut a sword obliquely, and in a moment, the Wu Weeping Sword in his hand was released with blood, and a fierce sword-like light like the sun was cut from the Wu Weeping Sword. Dozens of offensives. The Wu Weeping Sword trembled thousands of times instantly, and the sounds of the gods wept, and the voice of the Buddha and the moan groaned from the sword strangely. Today's Wu Weapon Sword has already changed its appearance a lot. It can be said that, except for the sword embryo, the others are completely different. At that time, that Taro sword spirit controlled Jian Wushuang's body. In order to improve his strength, it was hard work and every effort to integrate the top materials in the second layer of the Terra Ruins into the Wu Weeping Sword, and Wu Cry Excalibur, impressively from the top-class rule to the position of the treasure, elevated to the ultimate power of the rule of the treasure. It may seem that there is not much improvement, but in fact, the power between the two is quite different. Rumble! This sword broke out, and suddenly it was like a galaxy across the sky, directly crushing those dozens of offensives, and crushing them. What? This is impossible. Countless Ultimate Dominator exclaimed. The sword, unparalleled, like a wolf into the flock, began to kill. Call out! Jian Wushuang's own divine power is no longer reserved at all. It is 13,500 times the power of the divine power. It exploded at full strength, entraining his extremely high understanding of the laws of the universe, making his sword not only exquisite, profound, and powerful, it's shocking, and it's all over the corner full of avenue breath. Long before entering the second floor of the Terra Ruins, Jian Wushuang's strength was enough to be tied to the top powers in the Ultimate Master, even if compared to the nearly invincible Ultimate Master such as Qingshu Shensi, he was only bad. On the ground. Today, Jian Wushuang's strength has been greatly improved once again, and his combat power is definitely even better than that of Qingshu before. And he is different from Qingshu. Qingshu is just ordinary life, with limited divine power. Facing the siege of nearly 100 ultimate dominators, Qingshu only has to retreat. Ku Jianshuang's magical power is endless, and he is not afraid of being consumed. Therefore, although there are nearly 100 ultimate masters in his eyes, among them there are some top ultimate masters, but Ku Jianshuang has no fear at all. Even with 100 enemies, these ultimate dominators can't pose much threat to him at all. Only those killed by him one by one. I saw the Wu Weapon Sword in the sword without hands exuding a monstrous sword. Every sword that was cut can take a hard hit from the ultimate master. Only those top ultimate masters can barely take over. But even if it can continue, the top ultimate of the body will be more than furious. I said, who came up and died. I remember, you were the first one to rush up. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and his eyes were dull looking at the god, armor hidden among many ultimate masters. Shun Jiawei saw the picture of Jian Wushuang ramming in the crowd and wantonly slaying. He was already scared and terrified. At this moment, when he heard Jian Wushuang's question, he had to say, I am... How? Then you die. The sword flashed in the eyes of the swordless man, and the mystery of dragon extinction broke out instantly. The power of the magic surged again, and the speed soared tenfold in an instant. He sideways escaped the sword mang that was eventually dominated by him, facing the armor. Killed away. Chapter 4183. Second War. The surrounding void. Dozens of ultimate masters, such as Qingfeng, Shenhou, and Gun Chuan, all stared at the scene in front of them. They were already stunned. What did I see? A fourth-level master dominates a group of ultimate masters? This is too fierce, right? Oh my God, what is this horrible combat power? I have never heard of anyone who can dominate with the fourth rank in the entire universe, pressing a group of ultimate masters. Going against the sky. This combat power is simply going against the sky. Qingfeng, Shenhou, and others wiped their eyes. Their throats rolled. Their faces were incredible. Originally, seeing nearly 100 ultimate masters suddenly coming, they were desperate in their hearts and almost all planned to give up. However, Jian Wushuang's shot instantly made them feel shocked. The sword is unparalleled. Just like the peerless sword came to the world, with an invincible posture, destroying the withering and breaking of the nearly 100 ultimate masters. God, would we go up to help the sword, unparalleled? An ultimate master swallowed and whispered, "Do you think he needs it?" Qingfeng, Shenhou shook his head with a smile and said, "We just need to look around, and don't let those ultimate masters run away." After that, he looked up again at Jian Wushuang, who smashed among the nearly 100 ultimate masters, and there was a touch of complexity in his eyes. At the beginning, when they first came to the ruins of Tailuo, the Qingfeng princes still held their senior status and pointed out for Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang was strong, but his understanding of Jian Wushuang's strength was strong in talent and potential, not current strength. Even afterwards, Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi had a short fight with each other. Although Qingfeng Shenhou was shocked in his heart, he did not think that Jian Wushuang had surpassed himself. But now he has to admit that he is by no means an opponent of sword unparalleled. He even thinks that the current sword is unparalleled. I am afraid that in terms of strength, it is the ultimate invincible existence. I am afraid that under the world, as long as the Supreme is not out, only the King of Nine Robbers can suppress the sword unparalleled. This is the demon who is amazingly beautiful. Qingfeng, Shenhou sighed from his heart. I have to say that he looked at Jian Wushuang, and he felt envious. However, he practiced for a long time, and the veteran master, who is longer than Zhou Jiawang, is the ultimate master. But when it comes to Shiwei, let alone the king of 9 calamities, even the nearly invincible beings in the ultimate dominator, he is not an opponent. In the future, sword warriors will become a top-level giant in the universe. Qingfeng God, Ho muttered to himself with a very firm tone. On the other side, the fighting continues. Happy! Jian Wushuang fought around in the crowd. Dragon mystery broke out, and Wu Weapon Sword was urged to the extreme by his sword. No one could stop it under the sword. Jian Wushuang hasn't had such a happy fight for a long time. I just felt a breeze and couldn't help laughing. Seeing the ultimate dominator left around, he couldn't help trembling. Evildoer. This person is simply a demon. Whether it is the majestic power of this sun or the understanding of the laws of the universe, they have reached far beyond their reach. A bang came, and the spear in the hand of the goddess guard was cut off without any hindrance by the Wu weapon Excalibur in the sword without hands. God Jiawei was once again split off by 200 feet with Jian Wushuang's sword, his face terrified. At this moment, his body armor was on the verge of fragmentation, and the vast divine power in his body was nearing the bottom. He knew that he had reached the brink of collapse and could no longer receive the sword of Wushuang. This fourth level dominates. How could it be so strong? The warfare on the face of God Jiawei has long been replaced by panic, and the strength of Jian Wushuang is far beyond his expectations. He couldn't help but think, even if his master, Jinan King, came to face his eyes. This fourth-level dominate may not be the opponent, right? I can't escape the person I want to kill. Jian Wu's eyes looked at Shun Jiawei, and his footsteps again, and he stormed away towards Shun Jiawei. Damn! Seeing the situation, the goddess guard changed his expression and quickly hurled towards a burly man with a naked upper body and an iron armor skirt on the outermost side. Faction, if I die, where can you go? This burly man is His Majesty's first warlord. Jiao Yan dominates. Jiao Yan dominated when his face was cloudy for a while. God Jiawei was right. Since the three princes promised to join hands with Yin Peng and Jinan King, they are already grasshoppers tied to a rope. If God Jiawei is dead, their side will also it won't be easy. Coming. Taking a deep breath, Kok Yan's eyes dominated by a decision, his right hand turned, and a huge black knife suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, a horrible flame, taken from the black, giant knife, sounded the hunting of the void. Immediately afterwards, Jiao Yan dominated the whole body and broke out of power, one step, screamed, and jumped towards the sword unparalleled. Go die! And the armor also performed the powerful secret technique of burning the blood of the divine power, changed the trend of mourning, holding the broken spear in his hand, and stabbed towards the sword Wushuang fiercely. Jian Wu's eyes looked at Jiao Yan and raised his eyebrows. He could feel the extraordinary strength of this horn inflammation. That's interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled a little, and 13,500 times the strength of the divine power broke out. He looked at him and ran directly towards the master of Kok Yan. The sword of Wu weapon, with no hands in the sword, instantly struck with the flame sword dominated by Jiao Yan. First, there was a blast, and the aftermath of the fight between the two directly stirred up the white waves of terror, driving the surrounding masters to retreat hundreds of feet. Immediately, the sword Wushuang felt that a hot force was coming from the hilt of the sword along the flame. There was a look of astonishment on Jian Wushuang's face, and the strength of this Jiaoyan's dominance was a lot higher than that of the armor, only to be the strongest among the nearly 100 ultimate masters, although it has not yet reached the level of invincibility in the domination. It is at least very close to invincibility. Immediately, the power of his hand swayed, and the hot distance was immediately flattened. Jian Wushuang was surprised in his heart, but he didn't know which step of Jiao Yan, who was 3 steps back, was shocked. What a terrifying power! Jiao Yan dominated his head, looking down at the right hand holding the knife, trembling with numbness, and his heart was shocked. He is the ultimate dominator of the eloquence. He has enough strength to catch hundreds of mountains and pinch the stars, but now he is 3 steps backwards by Jian Wushuang and Jian. Chapter 4184. The first is more. Come again. Jiao Yan dominated his head, screamed, and slew towards Jian Wushuang again. Big Flame Overlord. Fire snakes rushed out of the huge sword in his hand and slashed at the sword unparalleled along the sword. On the other hand, at the price of forbidden surgery, the goddess guard who returned to the top of his strength even stabbed with a broken spear. This stab is enough to stab the mountains. Good job. When Jian Shuang saw this, he was not afraid of anti-smiling. In his eyes, the warfare raged to the extreme, and he also shot towards the 3. The 3 turned into 3 shock waves and slammed together. In the blink of an eye, the 3 directly fought against each other with 100 strokes, and the clamor of the void was rattling, and the aftermath of the frustration smashed this wild blood plain into hundreds of huge pits. Under the cooperation of Jiao Yan's Dominator and God's Armor Guard, the combat power soared, and rounds of attacks continued to surge towards the sword, unparalleled like the tide of the sea. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and he did not use any magical powers, but the wu-weeping sword in his hand turned into a squall, not only crushing the attacks of Jiao, Yin Dominant, and Xin Jiawei as much as possible, but also had the strength to Jiao Yin Dominates and the Goddess Guard bombards indiscriminately. The place where the three played against each other directly formed a separation zone of nearly 100 feet, and the energy that destroyed the world was constantly interwoven and collided, and the rest of the ultimate masters could not even get close. Kill! On the other side, Qingfeng looked at the dozens of the ultimate masters who were about to flee, with a flash of cold in his eyes, lifting the Fangtian Huaji in his hand and killing him. Huh! Immediately, Qingfeng Shenhou turned into a streamer, stabbed in like a sharp knife. More than 10 powerful masters, such as Gunchuan Dominator, followed closely and killed more than 30 ultimate masters. The more than 30 ultimate masters had long been smashed by Jian Wushuang. At this moment, there was no intention to fight again. They were immediately caught up by Qingfeng Shenhou and others, all the way to kill. But just then, the farthest direction in which Zhu Jiawang disappeared, there was a sudden deafening laughter. Ha ha! Blood! I thought you wouldn't come. But fortunately, at the right time of your appearance, the 9 kings of the calamity had already fled their wings, and I and a few others joined forces, which is enough to bring the king of 9 suppressions. The sound was soaring with mad laughter. The sound came from that Yin Peng, Jian Wushuang, who was fighting fiercely, heard the laughter, and his eyes flashed. People in the Blood Temple have arrived. The 9 kings. Jian Wushuang frowned. Jian Wushuang will not question the strength of Zhu Jiawang, but he can compete with the Supreme. However, the few people who are currently fighting the King of Jiulong, the 3 princes, and the King of Jinan are invincible among the ultimate masters. Even one-on-one is only slightly worse than the King of Jiulong, and Yin Peng is barely dominated. The invincible in the ultimate domination, these 3 people join forces. It is already difficult, but now the people in Blood Temple also come in. The Blood Princes of the Blood Heaven Palace join forces, and they can be invincible in the ultimate domination. But now there are 9 Blood Ambassadors in the ruins of Tailuo. These 9 Blood Ambassadors are now all afraid to rush arrived. The 9 blood gods joined forces together, and the combat power will be even more terrible. Jian Wushuang can clearly feel that where the Zhu Jiawang is located, after the intrusive divine power breathes in, the divine power fluctuations belonging to the Zhu Jiawang suddenly weakened. Apparently, with the arrival of the 9 blood emperors, the king of 9 calamities has begun to be suppressed. Can't waste time here. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the 2 masters of Jiao, Yin, and Xin Jiawei, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Ha ha! Lord, they are going to defeat the king of Jujia, and when they make their way, I see you die. Ecstatic and laughed. I don't know if I will die, but you 2 will not survive. Jian Wushuang shook his head. A sword will fly into the armor of the armor with a severed spear, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Talented, supernatural. Talented, amazing life. Suddenly, the 2 great talents manifested together. First, a mysterious cosmic law came down, and the heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. Dark, not seeing any light. In this endless dark space, the strength of the Jiawei and Jiao Yin are affected to some extent. Immediately afterwards, the life deterrent effect was triggered, and a repressive force from the highest life fell instantly, which was from the high-level creatures, and the coercion from the bottom of the soul to the low-level creatures. Time seems to freeze at this moment, and the body dominated by the Jiawei and Coke Yin freezes under the effect of life shock. The 2 of them look at Jian Wushuang, and they have an urge to worship. What does this mean? They are like buffaloes in the mud. They twist their heads and look at each other. They can see the astonishment on each other's faces. The sword, unparalleled, has instantly killed with a sword. Dead. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, and the icy sword light directly inserted into the position of Dominion's chest. Then, on the Wu weapon sword, a sharp and horrifying sword intention broke out. This sword intention also carried an unprecedented strangulation power. Walla, the main body of Kokien, is also wearing the Arcana Warframe, but the level of the Arcana Warframe is not too high. Although it is the best of the top quality rules, it does not reach the level of the top quality rules. The sword unparalleled Wu weapon sword, however, has already exceeded the scope of the top grade rule treasure, reaching the extreme of the rule treasure at the level of single theory. It is much higher than the angled treasure dominated by Jiao Yin. Therefore, at the moment when the sword's might power broke out in Wu weapon's sword, the arcane warframe that dominates the body of the horn inflammation was torn apart instantly, and the terrible sword will power continued to impact the lord of the angle inflammation. God body. Just a moment, the body dominated by Kok Yin was smashed, and even with his divine power, he was crushed and cleaned at this moment. With an explosion, His Majesty, the three princes of the kingdom of God, slain the horns in the first battle and died. Ordinary life has limited divine power. Once the treasure battle gear is forcibly torn apart, the power of my sword is enough to kill it instantly. Even if he is a top ultimate master, there is only a dead end. Sword Wu's eyes were cold, looking at the many treasures left after the death of Jiao Yin, and the corner of his mouth could not help showing a cold smile. Chapter 4184, 4184, 1 against 100, Part 2. 4184, 1 against 100, Part 2. In the surrounding void, Divine Marquis Qingfeng, ruler Spear River, and the other Omega rulers all stared at the scene in front of them in shock. What did I just see? A single fourth stage chief ruler is suppressing a group of ultimate chief rulers? Isn't this a little too fierce? My God, what kind of terrifying battle strength is this? I've never heard of anyone in the entire universe who can suppress a group of ultimate rulers as a fourth stage great ruler. Heaven-defying. His combat strength is simply heaven-defying. Divine Marquis Qingfeng, and the others rubbed their eyes and gulped in disbelief. Originally, when they saw the sudden appearance of nearly 100 ultimate rulers, they had been in despair and had almost given up. However, Jian Wushuang's attack instantly caused a storm in their hearts. Jian Wushuang was like a peerless sword god who had descended to the world. With an invincible posture, he had destroyed nearly 100 ultimate rulers. Divine Marquis, should we go up and help Jian Wushuang? An ultimate ruler swallowed and whispered, "Do you think he needs to?" Divine Marquis Qingfeng shook his head with a bitter smile. "All we need to do is keep an eye on our surroundings and make sure the Omega rulers don't escape." After saying that, he raised his head again and looked at Jian Wushuang, who was fighting against the 100 ultimate rulers. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. When they first arrived at the Taro ruins, Divine Marquis Qingfeng had acted as a senior and guided Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang was strong, but he thought that Jian Wushuang's strength came from his talent and potential, not his current strength. Even after Jian Wushuang and Qing Shuzi were evenly matched, Divine Marquis Qingfeng did not think that Jian Wushuang's strength had surpassed his. Boxen OVL, COM, but now he had no choice but to admit that he was definitely not Jian Wushuang's match. He even thought that Jian Wushuang was already an invincible existence among the ultimate rulers in terms of power in the whole world. As long as the supreme martial artist did not appear, Only the ninth Culpa King could suppress Jian Wushuang. This is a shockingly talented demon. Divine, Marquis Qingfeng sighed. He looked at Jian Wushuang with envy. He was a veteran ultimate ruler who had cultivated for longer than the ninth Culpa King. However, in terms of cultivation base, he was not even a match for the almost invincible existences among the ultimate rulers, let alone the ninth Culpa King. Jian Wushuang will definitely become a top-notch giant arm in the universe in the future. Divine Marquis Qingfeng mumbled to himself, his tone confident. On the other side, the battle was still ongoing. Satisfying. Jian Wushuang fought in the crowd. He activated the dragon-destroying secret skill and activated the Wuqi divine sword to the extreme. No one could block his sword. It had been a long time since Jian Wushuang had such an enjoyable battle. He felt so carefree that he could not help but laugh out loud. The surrounding ultimate rulers, seeing this, could not help but feel terrified. A monster. This person was simply a monster. Whether it was his boundless and vigorous divine power or his comprehension of the principles of the universe, they had all reached a level that they could not reach. Bang! With a loud explosion, the spear in the divine armor guard's hand was cut in half by Jian Wushuang's Wuqi divine sword. The divine armor guards were forced back 2,000 feet by Jian Wushuang's sword again. They were extremely frightened. At that moment, his high-grade divine armor was on the verge of breaking, and the vast divine power in his body was almost depleted. He knew that he was on the verge of collapse, and he could not take another sword from Jian Wushuang. How can a stage 4 great ruler be so strong? The divine armor guard's fighting spirit was replaced by fear. Jian Wushuang's power had far exceeded his expectations. He could not help but think that even if his master, Lord Jinan, came, he might not be able to defeat this fourth stage ruler. The person I want to kill can't escape. Jian Wushuang looked at the divine armor guards. He took another step and rushed toward them. Damn it! Seeing this, the divine armor guards' expressions changed drastically. They immediately turned to a burly man in an iron skirt and shouted, "Horned Flame, don't forget, we're on the same side now. If I die, how good will you be?" This muscular man was none other than the number 1 general under the third prince, Ruler Horned Flame. Ruler Horned Flame's expression wavered upon hearing this. The divine armor guards were right. The moment the third prince agreed to work with the ruler Silver Rock and the Lord Jinan, they were already in the same boat. If the divine armor guards died, their camp would not have an easy time. They're here. Ruler Horned Flame took a deep breath, and a determined look appeared in his eyes. He flipped his right hand over, and a massive black saber instantly appeared in it. Chi! The next moment, a terrifying flame shot out from the black blade, burning the air. Then, divine power burst forth from the Ruler Horned Flame's body. He took a step forward, roared, and jumped toward Jian Wushuang. Go to hell! The divine armor guards also performed a powerful secret skill that burned their divine power and blood essence. They changed their dejected state and stabbed at Jian Wushuang with their broken spears. What? Jian Wushuang looked at Ruler Horned Flame and raised his eyebrows. He could sense that this Ruler Horned Flame was far from ordinary. Now this is interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled. He unleashed his 13,500 times divine power and charged toward Ruler Horned Flame. Bang! Jian Wushuang's Wuqi divine sword collided with Ruler Horned Flame's flaming divine saber. A loud explosion rang out, and the shock waves from their clash created a terrifying white wave of air that forced the surrounding ultimate rulers back several hundred yards. Then, Jian Wushuang felt a burning force coming from the hilt of the flaming divine saber. What? Jian Wushuang was surprised. This ruler was much stronger than the divine armor guards. He was probably the strongest expert among the 100 ultimate rulers. Although he was not invincible among rulers, he was at least very close to that level. Then he waved his hand, and the heat was immediately suppressed. Jian Wushuang was surprised, but he did not know how shocked Ruler Horned Flame, who had retreated 3 steps, was. What a terrifying power! Ruler Horned Flame lowered his head to look at the saber in his right hand, which was trembling from the numbness, and his heart filled with shock. One should know that he was an ultimate ruler who had proven his Tao with his strength. His strength was enough to grab 100 mountains and crush the Earth Star. However, he was forced to take 3 steps back by Jian Wushuang's sword.